Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Charter Township of Chesterfield regular Township Board meeting for Tuesday, July 25th, 2023 at 7 p.m. to order. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Here.
Treasurer Elliott. Here. Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Joseph. Here. Trustee Demink.
Here.
Trustee Vosberg.
Here.
Clerk Berry is here.
Item 4, the approval of agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Motion by Clerk
Support.
Berry, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Supervisor?
Yes,
Just
Trustee Joseph.
Just a question on the agenda. We have an agenda with 2 presentations, a public hearing, 12 regular agenda items, and 1 addendum. And I don't know why there's some misbalance in the agendas. They seem to go very heavy when there's a full board, and when we have a board member not here, presumably a board member that would vote in support of things that you like, we have 1 agenda. So why the imbalance, and can we make a little bit more effort to try to balance out the agenda items from, we have 2 meetings a month, assuming you're not on vacation. Can we do a balanced agenda? Could we, I don't know who makes this up or how many people are in discussions on the agenda, but could we get a little more balance on the items to deliberate on?
We try that weekly.
You do?
Yep.
Why do we have one, when we don't have a full board, 1 proclamation? When we have a full board, we have $15 million of bond issues. Coincidence?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve the agenda as presented. Clerk Berry.
Clerk Berry, aye. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 5, presentations. The first presentation, Clerk Berry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
A presentation of the 2022 Township Audit Report by Plante Moran.
Plante Moran, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having us here this evening. I'm Pam Hill, audit partner with Plante Moran. I have with me here tonight Amanda Cronk, who is a principal in our governmental practice at Plante Moran, and then Sammy, who was the senior on the job. So Sammy's been on the audit for a couple years, so this is her first presentation. Not to embarrass you, Sammy, but so try to go a little easy on her tonight. And then we also have with us in the audience, I'm gonna embarrass her too, but Delaney, who is interning with us this summer. So she's coming to kind of see what else we do during the day besides just audit. So I'm happy to have her here with us tonight as well. So we're here tonight to talk about the results of the audit for the Township's 12/31/2022 year end. You should have in your packet the bound financial statements, which is close to 100 pages. We are not planning to go over all 100 pages tonight. Like we do every year, we try to summarize the results in a format and kind of show some historical trends to really highlight what's in those 100 pages. And then we also have an end of audit letter as well, which we'll briefly cover. One item I did want to mention, so every year, we do discuss with the board kind of our pre-audit plan, spend quite a bit of time planning. We did spend over 400 hours this year auditing the books and records of the township. So as you can imagine, that's not just 400 hours of our time, but it's a lot of time on your team's end, not only getting ready for us, but then also answering all our questions and things as we go through the audit. So definitely wanted to thank Vicki Bauer and her team. And then we do work very closely with Supervisor Kersten, Treasurer Elliott, and Clerk Berry, and their teams, as well as Crystal in the Treasurer's Department. So wanted to make sure, oh, and Mr. Duchesne as well. So wanted to make sure to acknowledge everybody's efforts, because I know it is a lot of work that goes into working through the audit. So thank you for that. And also wanted to mention that we're not going to get into the details, but we did issue an unmodified opinion once again this year. So that's the first couple pages of your financial statements. And basically what that means is that you can rely on the numbers as they are presented within the financial statements. So your team does a really good job of making sure those numbers are right throughout the year, and you'll see that in our audit report. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sammy and let her start taking us through the slide presentation.
Thank you, Pam. And like Pam said, I'm Sammy Shea. I'm a senior on the audit team at Plante Moran. And if you could direct your attention over to the slides, I'll give a high-level overview of the revenues, expenditures, and overall fund balance at the township. So on the first slide here, it shows an overview of the general fund revenue over the past 5 years. The township's largest revenue sources include intergovernmental revenue and property taxes. Intergovernmental revenue increased almost $250,000. This increase is made up of two components, including the state shared revenue increase of about $723,000 and grant revenue decrease of $488,000. Property taxes remain fairly consistent, as well as overall revenues in total. Then on this,
Can I just one really quick?
Yep.
On the state shared revenue, so the reason why the large increase this year, one was the increase because of the population from the 2020 census, but then you also did have a one-time catch-up payment related to that. So not that entire 700,000 will be repeating year over year, just FYI. Sorry.
oh, you're good. And then, as I said, property tax revenue is one of the largest revenue streams in the township, so this slide shows an overview of Chesterfield's property tax values per capita in comparison to your neighboring communities. This graph shows the cost for the residents to live in each of these townships, and you'll notice that the data shown is from 2018, as this was the most recent completed data set, and that Chesterfield has the lowest total taxable value per capita compared to the others shown. Overall, property tax revenue has increased by approximately $265,000 over the past 5 years. And keep in mind that the taxable value per capita is only one factor driving the township's property tax revenue. As we all know, there are other factors that limit how quickly property tax revenue can increase because of Proposal A and Headley. Moving on to the next slide, you'll see a high-level overview of general fund expenditures over the past 5 years. 2022 ended with a total of almost $7.9 million in expenditures, which is a decrease of about $1.6 million compared to 2021. You'll notice a decrease in most of the categories listed, especially in public works, which shows a decrease of $484,000 due to the decrease in road project expenditures, and then general government with a decrease of $996,000, which was largely due to the significant park project in the prior year, which had more expenditures. Expenditures in 2022 were the lowest they've been in the past 3 years. And then on the next slide, we'll talk about the general fund's fund balance. As you can see here, the graph shows the last 5 years of just general fund's fund balance. A small portion of the fund balance is non-spendable, meaning there's some prepaids and other things that the township's already paid for. And the other portions include assigned and unassigned fund balance. Assigned being the amount that's set aside for a specific purpose, and your unassigned is what is left after you've carved out the other two buckets. The trends are relatively consistent with expenditures from the previous slide, and you'll notice that 2022 revenues exceed expenditures by $664,000, which increased total fund balance. And the unassigned fund balance is the highest that it's been in the last 5 years, being $8.2 million out of the total fund balance of $10 million. In comparison, in 2018, the unassigned fund balance was $5.4 million. Then moving to the next slide, this fifth slide shows an overview of the township's public safety fund. Again, we're looking at the last 5 years related to your public safety. The graph shows you the revenues, the expenditures, and the fund balance totals shown on top of the bars. You'll see the public safety fund expenditures are greater than revenues for the fifth consecutive year, with 2022 expenses exceeding revenues by about $609,000, resulting in a decrease in fund balance. Revenues here are composed primarily of property taxes and charges for services, while expenditures include salaries and wages, retirement costs, and capital equipment and improvements. And then on the last slide here, we'll briefly touch on the water and sewer fund, where the graph focuses on the fund's net position. The net position is made up of 3 categories, one being restricted, which includes funds restricted primarily to make debt payments, unrestricted, which is the resources left to operate, and the last and largest portion is net investment in capital assets, and that's basically the infrastructure, water lines, and meters, less any debt associated with those assets. The total net position remains increasing slightly since 2018 and is around $61 million in the current year. So now I'll open up to any questions.
Any questions from the board? Trustee Joseph?
Thank you. Just a question on well, a couple of them. On page 4, that is the general fund expenditures. And you indicated in the presentation that 2022 was the lowest expenditures in the last 3 years. And I appreciated that you pointed out that in 2021, there was a one-time only type capital improvement that came out of the general fund, but there was also one in 2020. So when you have a dip into the general fund balance and it's a one-time only, that's explained, in that year. But I'm concerned about the comparison from years that are similar to 2022, like 2018 and 2019, where there wasn't a one-time, outlay of several $1 million or, a significant capital improvement outlay. So is it fair to say that 2022, a comparative year of 2018 and 2019, we spent almost $1 million more than we did in 2018, and $750,000 more than we did in 2019? And is that, from an audit standpoint, troublesome to you in any way?
Good question. I think there's a lot of different factors at play here. So you commented on one of them, which would be capital investment, right? So 2018 and 2019 would have been a period of time where not much capital investment was being made by any community due to market conditions. So I think I would say that those were probably strategic and management decisions in those years to perhaps not make as many investments in the township's infrastructure, which then picked up in 2020 and 2021. So to your point, due to that is probably not an apples to apples comparison. But what I think might be helpful, and you might not have in front of you, is the financial statements and looking at your budget to actual. So where did we budget? Where did we think we were going to be for this year as far as expenditures go, and where did we end up? So just looking at this, your final amended budget was just shy of $11 million. So the board and management thought the township and the general fund was going to spend just shy of $11 million, and you came in at 7.8. So again, I think that proves that you're making sure that you're within your means and spending on things that you've approved as a board. But again, I think some of that is going to shift from year to year based on when projects occur and when the township tackles different capital needs and projects. Didn't know if you.
Yeah, and then I guess the only thing, if I could add, so you did add to fund balance this year in the general fund of over $660,000. So just from general operating, you did have some capital in there as well, and you still were able to add, a pretty good amount to the general fund in the current year. And Sammy touched on this briefly in the fund balance slide, but you have about $8.2 million in the general fund, and your annual budget or your annual expenditures are under $8 million. So you have over 100% of your annual expenditures in unassigned fund balance, which is a very healthy, stable fund balance in terms of basically what that means is you could go an entire year, or if there was a large emergency, you'd be able to afford that based on what you have in your savings or fund
Sure.
balance per se.
Well, rather than go back and forth, on this, because there are political decisions that are made, and what one might consider a capital improvement, another might consider, reckless or frivolous spending. So rather than go back and forth in the presentation, which isn't I like the way that you set up the next question for me, which is you did a comparison between the general fund and its position to anticipated expenditures, and that you make an assessment that based on next year's spending forecast, we could go with no revenue and still be able to cover our expenses in our savings account or in our fund balance. So if I could get you to take a look at the fund balance for our water and sewer, or our enterprise fund. I'm not necessarily looking for numbers here, but when you structure water rates, and I know we'll get more information from a study that we've commissioned with another, but when you structure the enterprise fund, what is the target that you would use to set your water and sewer rates at to accomplish a fund balance based on your projected, I don't care what the metric is, so are we basing it on, or is it a good practice to base it on, say, 6 months of expenditures that we would want to have in a fund balance? Is it wise to base it, the rate structure, on known problems that we have with our capital assets? So if we have foreseen problems, should we target our fund balance to cover those in a way like we wouldn't have to bond out in an emergency? So we're driving down 23 and there's a waterfall coming up, and we go, oh, we got a problem. Do we bond out a certain dollar amount? Do we pay for it out of the enterprise fund? And how do you structure the rates to arrive at a enterprise fund that's based on something that isn't arbitrary? Like, we just want as much money in there as we can possibly get. So what's the metric for our enterprise fund? How much should we have? You're clearly confident that 100% of expenditures in the general fund is a healthy place. What kind of assessment can you give us on the enterprise fund in terms of structuring our rates to be healthy?
Great question. So again, there's a lot of factors that go into that answer of it depends. So one metric that we recommend looking at is the operating income in those funds, meaning our, the revenue collected from residents for using the system, covering the costs of the system. The water fund and the sewer fund combined right now have an operating income of approximately $280,000 at December 31st. So that is one metric. So, however, I will caution you that depreciation expense is included in that number. So that's said a different way, the use and the wear and tear on the system. So that system is going to age, right? And again, another metric to think about is how old those lines are. I think we can all agree the older the lines get, the more prone they are to issues that you described, and you need to, respond to emergency main breaks and things like that. So all of which are very costly. So again, understanding how old your infrastructure is another key thing to consider when thinking about what should our rates be. So what is the current health of our system now? How old is our system? What capital needs do we need to think about in the next 5 years related to that system, or 10 years? So I'm not sure there's a one-size-fits-all for that question, but I would recommend you think about all those factors when you're thinking about what rate, what should our rates be? What are our costs expected to do to run the system? All of those types of questions.
I don't want to monopolize the discussion, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but you brought up an interesting, there's a number of things to it, and it probably wouldn't surprise you. This is my 10th budget, and I've asked the question almost every year, and you've given the exact same answer. It depends on a tremendous amount of things, but we had a water and sewer rate advisory committee, and we looked at this specific issue. And what's concerning is we haven't done really anything on that because there are a number of formulas that you could use, and the one that Vicki Bauer is a numbers geek. She could do this for hours. I can't, but I'll go into her office, and if we're talking about assets that we have in the ground, and we have, say, just arbitrary number, $100 million in assets in the ground, and the life expectancy is, say, 50 years. And we know that like 2% of our infrastructure is rusting away. I can't see anywhere where we've spent $2 million on depreciation or capital improvement of what we know to be a deteriorating system. So it diminishes, if you just go with the experts' think life expectancy of 50 years, where do we have a year where we spend $2 million in a concerted way, and doesn't that impact negatively our ability to generate a fund balance, an enterprise fund of any real meaning? Like, we don't really know what we should have in there, and we're not basing it on anything that is from an accounting standpoint or from a capital improvement standpoint. We're just kind of going blind and telling the residents what they should be paying based on what? Based on what? So could we use enterprise money to cover an increase from Great Lakes Water Authority? Certainly we can. If we don't, shouldn't that be based on something like from a financial sensibility standpoint? Like, what would we base those decisions on? What would you guide us to base those decisions on?
Yeah, so I think, obviously the rate study is important because it does take into account known capital activity, right? So that's part of it. Also, if I'm remembering correctly, and maybe Clerk Berry, you might remember, because I feel like this was quite a while ago, but I know you spent time coming up with a water and sewer ordinance and talking about those emergency replacement items and those types of things that are in place already by the township when it comes to what's the right level of fund balance or net position that you do need in the water and sewer fund. So, I definitely think, Trustee Joseph, that forward-looking capital planning is very important. I don't think that means that you have to spend $2 million every year. I think it definitely means that you need to be strategic in terms of your capital planning and when you're going to do projects and how you're going to do them, and how you're going to best utilize the dollars that you have, whether it's through grant funding or other resources. So I do think that it is important with any budget, whether it's water and sewer or not, to really ensure that your long-term capital planning is a part of that process. So that's a good point.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Any further comments from the board?
Excellent. I did just want to make a few comments on our end of audit letter that Pam mentioned earlier. It's in your packets that I think all of you've gotten. This is a follow-up letter to the letter you received at the beginning of our audit. That letter told you how we thought our audit was going to go, and this letter will kind of bookend that with how the audit went. I think the most important thing in this letter is, quite frankly, what's not here, and Pam alluded to it a little bit earlier. So our audit did not uncover any control deficiencies that would result in a misstatement to your financial statements. And I think what that means to all of you is that the information that you're getting throughout the year, it is accurate and can be relied upon. We're not coming in at audit time and proposing a bunch of adjustments and things like that. So from a financial statement perspective, your controls that you have in place are getting you to materially correct numbers that you can rely on throughout the year. The rest of this letter will give you more information. I'm not going to bore you with it tonight, but we did not have any deviations from our plan. If we did, we would communicate that to you, and we don't have anything to report as far as that goes. The end of this letter is also just some legislation and legislative information and updates and new accounting standards coming at the township. So again, it definitely is worth a glance and take a look at that. We can certainly help with any questions that you have, and we'll certainly work with management as new standards need to be adopted, but those are not slowing down either. So we're happy to work with your team as those do need to be adopted. At this time, we're happy to take any other questions that you do have, but that was what we had planned to cover tonight.
No further questions? Thank you, ladies.
Excellent.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
for the glowing report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5B is presentation by Clerk Berry. Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Supervisor Kersten. I appreciate that. I know that we've been talking for a while about presenting a presentation to you on the changes involving the 2022 elections. And so this is not the complete update that I wanted to present tonight, but we had such a heavy agenda. What I did is I scaled this down and kind of made this part one out of two. So this is part one for tonight, and I will be presenting part two at the next board meeting. So first, let's talk about Proposal 22-2. And one thing to understand is that this is a constitutional amendment. So unlike enacted legislation or something that the BOE, Bureau of Elections, handed down to us, this is in fact a constitutional amendment that was passed by a voter initiative. I'm not going to go over all of these bullet points, but I'm just going to talk about a couple of the ones that really cause significant changes for voters and for election administrators throughout the state. One of them is that military and overseas ballots will now be counted if it's not only postmarked by Election Day, but signed. If it is the signature on that military or overseas ballot is dated for Election Day, we have to count that ballot if it is received up to 6 days after the election. So when people were often hoping to see election results, as it is on Election Day, the election results that you see posted online are all unofficial until they go through the canvassing process. Well, now even those unofficial election results are going to change significantly because of some of the Proposal 22-2 requirements or mandates, and this is one of them. So military and overseas ballots will be included in the count as long as we receive them within 6 days and they're postmarked and signed by Election Day. The second really significant change for most voters is going to be that the voter will now have the right with one single application to vote absentee in all elections. Beforehand, many of us were on the absentee voter list, which meant that you received an application automatically for every election cycle. You would then have to return that ballot. Those of you who've listened to me for the last 10 years have heard me say, we need to receive an absentee ballot application from you before we send you a ballot. That is going to change significantly because now there will be a new list that will be an absent voter ballot list. And once you request to be on that list, you will not have to submit a completed application every election cycle. We will simply send you a ballot. So that is one of the very big changes, and those who are on the permanent absentee application list will be getting notified by our office and being asked if you would like to be on that permanent ballot list, and if so, then there will be an additional application that you will have to fill out, but you will never have to fill that out again. The other second really significant change, some of this is somewhat procedural, but the other one that really does affect voters directly is the 9 days of early in-person voting. So those are really a couple of the really important ones to know from a voter's perspective on what is going to change the actual process. Some of these other things are, I would say, secondary in nature, or they're more procedural in nature, but what the voters will see are those three. So what are the voter impacts for the 2024 elections? And we talked a little bit about it, but I'd like to go into it in a little more detail. The first really significant voter impact is going to be the ability to have early voting. And I think it's important to talk about the difference between early voting and absentee voting, because I think there's some distinguishment that needs to be made there. Early voting is for voters to cast a ballot in any federal or state election beginning 9 days prior to the election day, and that includes weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, and at this point even a federal holiday right now for the presidential primary, and that federal holiday is President's Day that happens to fall in that 9-day window. So it is going to be just the same process that a voter would see on Election Day if they were to walk into their precinct. They will come into the early voting center and they will cast a ballot just as if it were Election Day. Voters will be notified of the dates, times, and locations for early voting once that has been established by Chesterfield's Election Commission and the clerk. Early voting must be available for a minimum of 8 hours each one of those 9 days. So once those things are established, we will be notifying voters probably multiple times to ensure that everyone knows where to vote early, how to vote early, and what periods of time during the day that will be available. Absentee voting is different. Absentee voting is an envelope ballot, and I think we talk about this actually on the next screen, but we talked about the fact that the permanent AV application list, which we have had for many years, is now going to be replaced with a permanent AV ballot list. And that will require that new application. We do not have that available yet because there are still some final details that have to be worked out from the Bureau of Elections. Once we have that required language and some other details, we will be making that application available. And that will be filled out by the voter, but then it will be valid for all elections until the voter requests otherwise. So once you ask to be on the permanent ballot list, you will remain there until you ask us to remove you. Absentee ballots that are received again from the military overseas voters will be counted if they are received by us within 6 days of the election and dated for Election Day or sooner. So the differences between early voting and absentee voting. Early voting is just as it would be on Election Day. Ballots are tabulated by the voters who elect to vote early on those days. Early voting ballots cannot be spoiled or retrieved once they have been submitted in the tabulator, and that is a huge distinction between absentee ballots. Absentee ballots is any ballot that you return to the clerk's office in an envelope that we have issued to you and you return in an envelope. That is an absentee ballot. Whether you do it in person or whether you mail it, it's an absentee ballot. Those ballots remain in a secured location until we dispatch them to the election inspectors for tabulation. Up until that point, you can actually choose to have that ballot spoiled. We will retrieve that ballot, reject it in our system, spoil it, and you will be issued a new ballot. You cannot do that with early voting. Once your ballot is tabulated and put into the tabulator, you cannot retrieve that ballot. So that's a huge distinction. So it's not just a matter of you're voting early with an envelope ballot or you're voting early with a ballot that's tabulated. That's very important. And when it comes to the presidential primary, it's even more important because what often happens with the presidential primary, and it will be the first election that Chesterfield will have that will be incorporating this, is that it often happens in presidential primaries where candidates will drop out closer and closer to the actual election day. So it could very well be that if you voted early with an absentee ballot, the candidate that you chose is no longer in the race. That is a very common reason why people will come to the clerk's office and ask to spoil that ballot so that they can then cast their ballot for a candidate who is remaining in the race. So please keep that in mind. If you vote early, we cannot, kind of card laid, card played with early voting. Once you have voted that ballot and it's been put into the tabulator, it cannot be retrieved. But with absentee voting, you can do that up to a certain point. All absentee ballots that are secured in envelopes can be spoiled by us once they have been returned to us, so long as we have not sent them to the election inspectors to be tabulated. Some of the expected changes that we plan to see as a result of Proposal 22-2 requirements, this was a big one. Many of the clerks advocated very strongly for this, and the legislature responded, and that is increasing the number of registered voters we are allowed to have in each precinct. For forever and ever, we could only have up to 3,000 registered voters maximum. The legislature has voted to increase that to 5,000 voters per precinct. This is very important because it allows us to save on the necessary economic and human resources that are required in each precinct. We expect to determine and establish a new location for voting, both early day voting location as well as election day voting locations. We do expect those to change. And also we expect adjustments to the precinct map. We expect to reduce the number of precincts we currently have because now we have that higher threshold of number of voters per precinct, and that will in turn change the precinct boundaries and the voting locations. So what we anticipate is because there will be so many more resources needed per precinct to facilitate the Proposal 22-2 requirements, we want to reduce our number of precincts so that we can help mitigate some of those demands and costs. So again, the Chesterfield Election Commission is the commission that will make those decisions, and that commission consists of myself, Trustee Anderson, and Trustee Vosberg. It's a 3-person board that's statutory. And that is the board that is responsible for making all of those changes. One of the important things to note is whatever changes the Election Commission does decide to make, the clerk's office is going to go to every effort we possibly can to make sure that voters are informed of all of those changes. But one thing is for sure, changes will probably affect every voter in the township. Some of the legislation updates resulting from Proposal 22-2, we have enhanced security for ballots and equipment. The state will be reimbursing us for the AV ballot return costs, AV return for the ballots and the applications. However, they are not covering our costs for sending them out. So we still have to bear the costs of sending out absentee ballots and absentee ballot applications, or now it will be also permanent list applications, or permanent ballot applications. So any of those costs of things going out, we will still bear those costs, but the state will be reimbursing us for any of the returns. Also, early voting costs will also be reimbursed to a certain extent by the state. And I say reimbursement, but really it's just an allotment. This was alluded to at a previous meeting as well. We still do not have that formula to know how much we will be getting to help cover the costs, but we don't believe it'll cover all costs, but we're hoping it will cover the lion's share, especially once we make these changes. There are 3 drop boxes that are now going to be required in the township. Those 3 drop boxes for absentee ballots will be located in different locations. That is also still to be determined. And we will need separate equipment for early voting and separate equipment for election day voting. We cannot use the same equipment we use during early voting for election day voting. So you have to have 2 entirely separate sets. That's another reason to reduce the number of precincts. Otherwise, we would have to expend a considerable amount of economic resources to buy an entirely duplicate set of equipment. And the reason for that is because that equipment has to be publicly tested, and it has to go through various security protocols, and there isn't enough time for publication of that or to allow for that between the early voting period and election day. So that's why those 2 sets have to be maintained independently. Some of our projected needs, and this isn't all of them, but just to make the board aware of some of the needs we do expect to see, and that is needing additional election staff, election inspector compensation adjustments, an early voting location determination, replacement of voting booths. Our voting booths, many of them are literally falling apart. They're just old and become brittle, and so we're at the point now where we will need replacement of voting booths. We will also need additional voting booths because of early voting. We will also need more voter assist terminals in order to satisfy, again, early voting requirements, new signage, and resources for outreach and notification to the electorate. The very last thing is actually not a 2024 issue, but it is something that we wanted to make everyone aware of, and that is that Chesterfield, up until a couple of weeks ago, did not have a November election scheduled. We do now. The Anchor Bay School District has voted to put a millage question on the ballot for only the Anchor Bay Schools precinct. So if you are in L'Anse Creuse, you will not have an election, or if you are in New Haven School District, you will not see an election. But for those who live in the Anchor Bay School District, you will have one question on a ballot in November of this year, and that is a millage question. We will not have early voting for that election. Early voting is only required for state and federal elections. Local elections or questions like this, elections that result from questions like an individual ballot initiative, do not fall under the requirements for early voting. And we are, quite frankly, not prepared at this time to enable early voting. So we are working diligently on it with the administration and the clerk's office, the Bureau of Elections, and everyone else, the Election Commission, are all working together to make sure that we have all of our early voting protocols in place for the requirements in February of 2024 for the presidential primary. However, we do not have that in place now. So if you are in the Anchor Bay School District, the election that we will have on November the 7th of this year will follow all the normal protocols that we have followed up until this point. So nothing will change for you, no precinct changes, no changes whatsoever that you will notice there, but all of those changes that we highlighted earlier will take effect for the presidential primary in 2024. And believe it or not, that is only part one. So we look forward to updating you as the more details at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Item 6, department reports. Department reports. Trustee Joseph.
I just have a quick update from the Library Commission. Library Board met last week, and there were a few I'm really a mess, sorry. Probably the biggest issue over at the library is they are working very hard on their strategic plan timeline. They have some meetings scheduled this summer, and they anticipate having a draft in the fall. So they are looking at everything from what operating monies they will need, what their anticipated sort of needs are from the residents, and trying to put together and process what's happened in the last two millage requests. They are very methodical, and I appreciate the amount of debate and discussion that goes into their decision-making. Their fiscal year 2022 audit is back, and they had an exemplary audit process, and they are underway in their fiscal year 2024 budget process. They've received some really nice donations. Obviously, Trustee Vosberg, you're aware of one in particular, and they are making great use of it, and they have received some support from the community. Their Maker's Mark, I don't know what we would call it, center is really quite impressive, and they have so many things that they offer there. 3D printers and some really advanced technology that is available for residents. They're also very mindful of technology, and so the library is no longer just a place that you go and check out a book. Of course, that's still available, but they really are doing a great job, I think, at the library in terms of what they offer to the residents, and there are tons and tons of programming for all ages, from small children to adults. So I would encourage people to take a look at the library website and check out their programming. But in terms of financial, that seems to be the primary focus right now. and their strategic planning, which is moving along pretty nicely. So that's all I have from the library.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. Chesterfield Township Fire Department is also working on their 5-year strategic plan. Your input is appreciated. Residents and business owners are encouraged to visit the fire department's website and complete the short external stakeholder survey. Take about a minute. Also, a little ahead of time, a little time out here in August, Saturday, August 12th, between 10 to 4 p.m., and Sunday, August 13th, 10 to 3 at the Historical Village. There'll be a Vietnam-era reenactment presented by the Michigan Military Technical and Historical Society. Food and drinks will be available for purchase. Entrance fee is a donation of $1 per person or $2 per family. Thank you.
And Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. As a result of the increased demands on the clerk staff for the 2024 elections, and we've talked a lot about that so far, we do have a very important announcement out of the clerk's office, and that is that we will no longer be able to continue processing passports. Passport processing will cease on the last day of September of this year. We simply just do not have the staff any longer to be able to continue providing that service, as well as meeting all of the demands of administering the elections. So since we're going to be having an election practically every 3 months now from here on out through the end of next year, we're very sorry to say we will not be able to process passports any longer. So if you know anyone who is interested in getting a passport, we were kind of victims of our own success. We became one of the top 1% passport processors in the state, and so people from all over literally would come to have their passports done here. So that was a tremendous accomplishment by our passport staff, but please, if you need a passport, we highly recommend that you come in. We will cease the last passport we will take will be September the 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick from the supervisor's office, if you cannot tell, the GAP sidewalk program is underway. It's visible out front when you come in. Obviously, the focus is along the Sugarbush corridor here. We've also added 23 Mile Road from Fairchild. If you have an opportunity to take a look at it. Bassmasters is rolled into town. It is underway. Just a reminder that this is a free event. Unfortunately, the park is cut down, and there is parking at local school parking lots across, and there are shuttles available. We have undertook the actual conversations with the Anchor Bay School District in regards to the school purchase. We have exchanged documents back and forth. There is a follow-up meeting this Thursday. Trustee Vosberg, Treasurer Elliott, and Trustee Anderson have volunteered to continue in that role and will participate in that. Hopefully to move that forward in a timely manner. And that potentially could fit into what the clerk had just demonstrated or spoke to about as a voting location. And also to follow up on Trustee Joseph, I did speak with the director, Mr. Magnus, today in regards to the library and what potential we have with shared space with them. That was a good conversation, and we'll continue along that path. Several other projects underway, and I'll continue to update the board as we move forward. That concludes my remarks. We'll move on to item number 7, the consent agenda. Clerk Berry. I'm sorry, before I do that, quick notice, the GFL service contract for the extension is also coming to term at the end of this year. And if there's any interest in trustees joining in either discussing an extension or going in a different direction, if you would reach out to my office, we form a committee to oversee that process. And again, whether it was an extension included in the original contract or we have an opportunity to go outside, and I'll take either one. So if you would reach out if you're interested in participating.
All items under the consent agenda are considered routine by the board and will be acted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of these items. If discussion of any item is required by a board member, it will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Public comments on the consent agenda items are permitted. A, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of July 11th, 2023. B, recommendation from the IT department to approve the purchase of 30 activation licenses for new wireless network access points in the amount of $11,284.50. C, approval of the payment of bills as submitted by the finance department.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read? Motion by trustee Vosberg,
Second.
supported by clerk Berry. Comments from the public?
Paul LaFata, 48055 Mallard. Consent agenda item B, the activation of 30 licenses for the wireless network. The wireless network hardware was approved back in April, so we have what I call a failure. In other words, we have a project and we don't know the total statement of work or the total statement required for that project to actually function. I would consider that a failure, and somebody should be doing something. Did we investigate to see what went wrong, what went right? Did we look to see if the proper procedures and policies were followed? Or is it just okay and we put it in the consent agenda so nobody would come up here and we couldn't have a discussion on it? Because if it's not addressed, it'll happen again. In other words, if you do nothing, there'll be another failure and there'll be another expenditure that's unknown. Why do we have this at this point in time? We should have known what the project contained up front when we bought the hardware. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. I knew we were going to have a full board tonight when I looked at the bill run. On the bill run, we need to try to rein in the expenses that the taxpayers are constantly paying. For example, I noticed on the bill run, and it's happened a couple times, we're under, for the trustees' phones, we're now paying $306 when we were paying like $140 to $150. So my question is that a 2-month bill that was combined, or is that going to be the new bill? Because it's typically anywhere from $40 to $50 per phone. Ultima Lawn Service is in the thousands of dollars in this township. I've talked about this before. It's completely out of control. So we need to rein in the costs. I mean, they're billing us, in my opinion, we're being overbilled. So last year, I addressed this to the board. They broke one of our glass windows here coming in. The residents covered it. I asked if we were going to go after them and get reimbursed from their insurance company. I never got an answer, nor did I ever see it on the bill run that we got reimbursed for that glass that they knocked out. And that was almost $2,000 that the taxpayers should have never had to pay. Trustee Vosberg, it's good to see on the bill run. You went to the SEMCOG meeting. I'm in full support of the reimbursement for the mileage. I'm hoping tonight that you'll have a report for us on what the SEMCOG meeting was about. On the bill run, we're in the apparel business again. I don't understand why we're constantly buying apparel for, for the township here. So I still haven't gotten an explanation for that. For Sugar Bush, the internet combined was about $1,200, which is completely outrageous for a month of internet there. And then we had $1.5 million for the county on road repairs. So if maybe you can expand on where that $1.5 million, where we're going to get that, I would appreciate it. But again, the bill runs a wreck, and we're spending money like we're printing it in the room next door, and we just don't have it. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comments? I have a motion by trustee Vosberg. Oh, I'm sorry, trustee Anderson.
On item 7B, the $284.50. On May the 9th, it was $20,354.64. Is this $11,284 on top of that amount that we looked at back in May?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? I have a motion by trustee Vosberg, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve the consent agenda as presented. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Vosberg. Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Demink. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 8, public hearing. There is a public hearing scheduled tonight. Clerk Berry.
To conduct a public hearing to review the special assessment roll and to hear any objections thereto for the installation of road paving improvements, Special Assessment District SAD for North Bay Industrial Subdivision.
Do I have a motion to open the
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
7:55. Yep, Clerk Berry.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Public hearing is open. Mr. O'Connor?
This is the second public hearing for the special assessment process for the North Bay Industrial Paving Project. The project has already been bid and awarded by the county, and the project will be administered by the county, and it will be constructed and finished this construction season.
And again, this has been discussed before in previous board meetings. Comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. Could you, Mitch or Carrie, just give an overview? I know it's redundant for the board on what a special assessment district is and what it isn't. Specifically, it is not a tax increase on the township residents. It is a special district that is created, and if you could just briefly expound on that. I think residents are going to be hit with increased bills, taxes, water bills, and it all kind of becomes mashed. If you could separate that and just explain an SAD.
It is a public improvement that can be requested by a property owner within the district. So if you live on Main Street and you want to put in a public improvement like a water main, and enough people within that district who benefit are in favor of the project, then the project would proceed through the special assessment process, and then the people within that district would be assessed for that improvement. It's a standalone district that would be assessed for that improvement. So for this particular project, a property owner in North Bay requested a public improvement, a paving special assessment. We had a meeting with the property owners to discuss the project, the cost, the schedule, the process. The petition was released to the district, to the people who would benefit, and more than half the property owners agreed to the district. So then we had a public hearing number 1. The board authorized the preparation of the plans. The county prepared the plans, received bids. We now have the cost for the project, so we're having public hearing number 2, which is tonight. And if this goes through, then we would actually, later on in this agenda, spread the roll and build the project and assess the properties that benefit.
Mitch, fair to say, in this particular district, you have like roughly between 40 and 50 parcels, and they have, in essence, asked the township to tax them for the capital improvement, which is unique to their location. So they're asking the township to tax them proportionally for this improvement that benefits them directly. Is that a fair way of?
Yeah, the project was initiated by a property owner within the district. The township did not initiate. We do not initiate special assessments, generally
Thanks for the
speaking.
distinction, Mitch. Appreciate
Okay.
that.
Yeah, if I could add, there are 43 property owners in the district, and 75.8% of them approved in favor of this project proceeding. So.
And just as a side note, this, when I was first appointed as supervisor, two of the business owners actually reached out, and that's when this process began, almost 2 years ago, so. Any further questions from the board? Clerk Berry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'd like to report to the board that, as a matter of record, we have received 2 letters of protest against the special assessment role for this SAD, and those were received from Michael DeMille at 30500 Commerce Boulevard, Chesterfield, Michigan 48051, and David and Wendy Ackett's Handmade Pies, 30301 Commerce Boulevard, Chesterfield, Michigan 48051.
Thank you. Further comments from the board? Any comments from the public?
Joe Catich, I live in Sun. I just had a quick question on being that the township will have to fund the money up front for their portion or these landowners' portion of the project. Is that not true? I don't know what the total project is or what our portion is, but don't you have to upfront cover that whole cost? Say it's $2 million or $3 million?
So yes, there will be payments made to it, an initial payment. They break it out in installments. Vicki, do you want to, the agreement with the Macomb County Road Commission's been presented to us. There's a payment schedule. We've timed it properly. Vicki, please.
So actually, in a couple more agenda items, we are going to be looking to approve a bond. And in that, you'll see the schedule of collecting the SAD from that district and then the bond payments. But to kind of give you a little cliff note here, at no point is the township on this anticipated schedule out any money. We have collected, and then we have the bond payment, we have collected, and then we have the bond payment.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Any further comments? I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Trustee Demink, supported
Second.
by Clerk Berry at 8:03. Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 9, regular agenda. Clerk Berry, when you're ready.
Agenda item 9A, adopt resolution number 2023-23, number 5, for the installation of road paving improvements special assessment district, SAD, for North Bay Industrial Subdivision, which confirms the special assessment role and provides for collection in annual installments, which is the final determination of approval.
Do I have a motion?
moved.
Trustee Demink, supported by Supervisor, Trustee Joseph? Yes. Trustee Joseph? Carrie and Mitch, you want to, anything we missed?
No, this is the actual spreading of the roll. We've closed public hearing number 2, so we're. Yeah, it confirms the roll. And
Okay.
we're available to answer questions.
Comments from board? Comments from the public? Comments from the public? Seeing none, I have a motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Trustee Joseph, to approve item 9A. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph. Aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9B.
Item 9B is a recommendation to adopt resolution number 2023-26, the 2023 Special Assessment Bonds, Limited Tax General Obligation, not to exceed the amount of $4,110,000.
No motion to approve.
So moved.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve, supported by Trustee Vosberg. Thank you. Comments or questions from the board? Any comments or questions from the board?
Microphone.
sorry, we're a hot mess. No. So essentially, we're going to be paying this money to the county, and they're going to be administering it, as Mitch was talking about. In order to do it where the township isn't out money, we're going to go through and we're going to take a bond. We actually have a bond schedule. And in December would be the first payment due from this district. It kind of nicely lines up with the payment on the bond. So we will collect the money in December, and then through the following year, we will pay the bond off. So again, according to this schedule, there's at no time that the township has paid the bond payment without already collecting enough money to cover it from that special assessment district.
Thank you. Again, any questions, any comments? Trustee Joseph.
Vicki, I'm just curious, sorry, Ms. Bauer, the question on bonds, so the township, did you say that the county secures this particular bond?
No, the county is going to be doing the project, managing the project. So we are going to be paying, so we go out for the bonds, they'll give us the money that has been collected from the bond. That money pays the county for the project. Now the township has to pay the bond back through the life of it.
Yes, so I see the payment schedule, 10 payments. It looks like somewhere around $100,000 for each of the SAD properties. My question to you, just is maybe off the beaten path a little bit, like when the township goes out for bonds, like, I don't know, any borrower that's going to borrow from a bank, I realize it's different, but the bank looks at your ability to pay, your debt to income, so forth. Is there anything that reduces potentially the township's bond rating with an SAD or the amount of bonds in general that the township takes out? So if we continually take out bonds, does that impact our bond rating, and will there be a different interest rate? Or are SADs handled differently?
If you don't mind, can I call our bonding agent, Mr. McGowan, to the podium? He could address bond counsel. He could address, I'm sorry.
Thank you and good evening. I'm Pat McGow here as the township's bond attorney, and I prepared the resolution. So to answer your question, I think what you're asking is what analysis rating agencies use when they determine the creditworthiness of a bond before it goes to the market. And there are a lot of factors that rating agencies use in assigning a rating to a bond issue and determining what that's going to be and the ability to repay. With a special assessment bond like this, as Vicki already said, the intention is, and the township has already confirmed the role, the special assessments will be paid by the property owners, and the bond has been structured so that the special assessment payments pay the debt payments. So when the rating agencies look at that, they refer to that as a self-supporting bond. They look at that and analyze it as a bond that is not coming out of the general fund, expected to, but it's paid from some other source, which is the special assessment payments, and so they don't really build that into the debt profile. So one of the things that the rating agencies look at when they look at debt, they will look at how much of the bond payment is coming from taxes and how much is coming from other revenue sources. So in this case, special assessment payments. They would consider that self-supporting, and it wouldn't count the same as a bond that was paid from tax revenues. Similarly, water and sewer projects that are paid from user charges, they also look at differently than they do bonds that are paid from taxes. So, they have a very complex formula and criteria, but essentially they don't look at a special assessment bond as creating an undue burden on the township because the expectation is it's paid from this other revenue source and not general fund.
And I'm assuming, Mr. McGowan, that the bond debt for the special assessment district properties, they remain attached to the property. So if one of the properties sells their business, the new business takes on the special assessment debt, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So what we like to say is the special assessment runs with the land, not the individual property owner. So if they sell it, it's still there, and it becomes a lien on the property the same way that unpaid taxes become a lien on the property. So it's basically secured, in essence, by the property in terms of the actual special assessment.
Well, thank you, and I just wanted to say I appreciate all your work. I've never met you, and I don't think I've met you here at board meetings before, but Mr. Siebert speaks very highly, and anytime I've called him about bonds, he says, wait a minute, I got the guy. So thank you for your work in the township.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Comments from the public? No comments from the public. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 9B. Clerk Berry?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9C.
Item 9C is to approve a recommendation from Public Service to authorize Supervisor Kersten to execute the cost share agreement between Macomb County Department of Roads and Chesterfield Township for the North Bay Drive, Precision Drive, and Commerce Boulevard paving special assessment.
Do I have a motion to approve? Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve,
Second?
supported by Clerk Berry. Anything to add, Mitch?
Again, this is tied to the North Bay project. This is the agreement between the township and Macomb County Department of Roads. They administer the contract, they receive the bids, they're gonna administer the construction, the inspection. We simply pay on this project.
We just gotta pay them.
We just gotta pay them.
Comments from the board? Any comments from the public?
So basically, what was just said, that if one of the assessed owners of the property doesn't make their payments, that the township will make those payments in lieu of them, because the township assumed responsibility.
Any further comments from the public? Trustee Vosberg, go ahead.
I didn't hear all of the words that were just said by the previous speaker, but what I did catch, I don't think is accurate.
I don't believe so either, but
Okay, thank you.
he didn't ask for a reply. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 9C. Clerk Berry?
Supervisor Kersten. Aye. Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 9D.
Item 9D is to approve a recommendation by Public Services to award the municipal offices paving project to the lowest responsible bidder, James P. Contracting, Inc., in the amount of $644,235 for a total project cost of $723,658.50.
A motion to approve?
So moved.
Support.
Trustee DeMink, motion to approve, supported by Trustee Vosberg. Mr. O'Connor?
We received bids on July 6th for, I would call it the Phase 2 of the Municipal Center parking lot repairs. Phase 1 was the area directly behind these board chambers, the bridge, and the road out to Sugar Bush. This project is for the parking lots behind the building, near the old baseball diamonds and the employee parking lot, and also where the dumpster is located.
Comments or questions from the board? Trustee Anderson?
Thank you. I believe a lot of this is overdue. I'm looking at this, another item on here, pains my heart, it should be done. I'm just concerned that the money we've spent so far, or this board has spent, shall I say, this year, that I can't support it at this time, although I believe this would be something, if we're a little frugal, something we should have thought ahead and planned on doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Any further comments? Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, just, I guess, as Trustee Anderson said, the project has been around for forever, especially the police department. Why do we bring these action items and we don't have any direction on how we're paying for it. So the financial or resource considerations are a potential bond sale, which hasn't been approved. And is the intent then to, like, I guess this would be a general fund or an enterprise fund, or like, where does the money come from? There's never any account number attached to this, and more we get these big expenditures with no account attached to it, and the financial is a potential bond sale. Why don't we have the assurance that we have a bond, that the board approves a bond, and then what are we using it for? Like, why does it come this way? And I don't know, that's a Vicky question. Obviously, you got up, so can you help me with that?
Well, I was going to answer the question of where the money would be coming from. So you have D for the municipal offices, that would come from general fund, and then E, directly following that, for the public safety, would come out of the public safety fund. So your two options are to pay it out of your yearly activities or fund balance if needed, or bond it, bringing in more revenue in order to pay it, and then pay off the bond for the life of the bond.
But, okay, again, I know you don't construct the agenda items and the executive summaries. The executive summary indicates that the department that is bringing this forward is the DPW/water. And you're saying that this is not a DPW water expenditure. This is a general fund expenditure. Why does the department head from water bring the department forward? Like, why are you bringing it forward if it's a general fund expenditure? And out of what account does it come? We hear from our finance director, general fund. You're not a general fund employee.
I am the township engineer and also the DPS director. The township engineering department, for the last 5 years, has handled GL number 446, which is highway, bridges, and roads. Yep. So paving special assessments run through GL 446. Parking lot improvements run through GL 446. So we prepared the plans for this project in the police station, so that's why we're bringing it forward.
Mitch, could you perhaps, just as a request moving forward, we have our engineer running our water department. We've had our F&O guy running Parks and Rec. It gets confusing for those of us that aren't in the meetings. The department probably should have just reflected engineering. Would that be fair? You're bringing this on behalf of the engineering, not a DPW expense.
Right, and
True?
the DPW, it's Department of Public Services, but yeah, it is more of an engineering project than Department of Public Services.
Okay, so is the Department of Public Service different than the Department of Public Works? We have
Yeah.
DPW and we have DPS, and I know Director Duchesne has reconfigured all of that, so it gets confusing, and when you're trying to track down enterprise fund money, it's helpful to make a distinction between DPW and DPS, which general fund, enterprise fund, big distinction, right?
Correct.
So this is a general fund expenditure. You are bringing it forward as the township engineer and not the DPW water department director.
DPS, but yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you. I understand now.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Paul Lafata, 48055 Mallard. After watching the financial presentation and how much money we have, I'm surprised that for this amount of money we have to go to a bond. I don't know if anybody realizes it, but if you go between 4 and 5%, the $723,000 turns into, after 20 years, turns into owing $1,146,197, which adds $57,000 and some change to the annual appropriations requirement for the general fund. That if you look at the 2023 budget, is looking at an operating budget deficit on page 31 and the numbers, but it's a deficit for years 23, 24, 25, and 26. Those numbers are in the supervisor's approved budget. And I get confused when I see an audit and we say we have all kinds of money in the general fund. I get confused when we see an audit and it says we're doing fantastic, and now we have to borrow money to fix a parking lot that we know had to be fixed for years for $723,000. And on top of that, what bothers me is the last parking lot we had done in this facility, you know, the veterans parking lot, there was 8 what they call approved change orders, which means that the statement of work or the work breakdown was an error. They didn't know what was happening. It wasn't done fully enough, and that's just a little parking lot. I don't know if we have, before we approve this, a project scope or a statement of work to find out who's responsible for what, or project objectives to find out what quality of work we're supposed to get at the end of the day. I mean, I've seen the township operate on that parking lot, and I don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling, because even Supervisor Kersten, when he took office, had to finish it off and add us 2 parking spots there. So we don't, you know, I'm not really confident that we know what we're doing before we even start the approval. And why do we have to borrow money and pay an exorbitant interest rate of $422,000 on top of that? Because supposedly, according to the audit, we have all kinds of money. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. In the private sector, when you want to do something, you have to bring a proposal and you have to be able to show how you can pay for it up front, and then it gets approved. Here, I'm a bit confused. I mean, we talked about the general fund, we talked about public safety. I mean, both those funds are bleeding to begin with. I mean, all you got to do is just look at the supervisor's budget with his assistant, Mr. Duchesne, put out at the beginning or the end of December, and we're almost red completely across the board. And when you look at that, it's pathetic. So it's like Mr. LaFata said, if we're in such great shape, why don't we just pay for the $723,658.50 up front? I mean, are we going to bond it, or is it going to come out of the general fund or public safety? Again, you know, I know the supervisor has his cast of characters here tonight. He's got the 4 votes on this Banana Republic board because none of them have the courage or guts to do what's right for the residents, and they're going to go along to get along. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
I just had a couple questions on how this is getting paved. Not the financials, I'll let the other guys worry about that. But I looked at this, both of them, and it looks like a complete tear out. Unless I'm reading wrong, is this tearing out everything and going down, replacing the
Mr. Katie, do you want to address the board?
Okay, are they going completely down, tearing out all the asphalt, taking out some of the substrate?
That's correct.
And did anybody look at, just like normal parking lots do, just repaving it so you don't have all the cracks and tripping into them to get by now? Basically, from what I'm hearing, we don't have the money to do this. Everybody's ignored it, but it sure as hell would be a lot less expensive if it just went out there and milled the top of that thing and put a couple inches of paving on top of it. That's a big problem with it. It's just cracked, it's falling down in places, but it could be repaired rather than tearing up the whole thing. I mean, lots of times people look at, you know, do I need a new roof or can I just repair my roof? I think you ought to look at the same thing here. What do you need to operate out there? And I don't think you need both parking lots completely torn out at $750,000 each, when you could probably do it for a couple, $300,000.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments?
Actually, I would like to expand on what Mr. Cage just said. Coming from my background and having experience in construction and with asphalt pavements, I do have to ask that question as to whether or not a full rebuild is necessary for a parking lot, depending on whether or not it is in the situation to handling such weight distributions and necessary loads, especially when the township has financial liabilities and limitations as to afford such a huge cost. And are there any other properties owned by the township that could utilize the necessary construction materials more than what is currently being pushed out there? This goes back to what I've stressed in the past, prioritization. Is this the highest need for construction rebuilds, or can we utilize something in a more cost-effective manner for the given property and focus the necessary resources to other things? As I've cited several times before, all you need to do is look in the back lot of Station 3 for the fire department. That needs a drastic rebuild. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, Mike Rayner, 26175 Jack Grove Lane. I think it's kind of interesting. First of all, it's not very interesting to most of us, all this financial business. Many of us don't really understand it too well. And it's a little embarrassing to me that I don't have the feel for it or the understanding that I would like to. But what bothers me even more is the limited participation that I see on the trustees here. You know, there are 2 or 3 that speak up, obviously have looked into these issues. They understand how all this works, and that's what I would expect. But most of the time, most of the trustees there just kind of sit and listen the way the rest of us do. I know we always ask, do we have comments? And we never, very, very seldom do. So it seems to me that if you're a trustee, that we should, excuse the pun, we should trust you to have an opinion on these things, that you have researched them, that you have questions to ask, and instead we just kind of yes or no. It just really makes me wonder, do we really understand this thoroughly? Do we never have any questions? I mean, are there only 2 or 3 people that ever, 2 or 3 trustees that ever have any questions? I really don't quite understand that. So just my opinion, and I'll have more opinions later.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments? Mitch, do you want to cover any of those, or?
Yes. For reference, on Phase 1, which is got the parking lot improvements behind you and the roadway, we did some crush and shape of the existing road and capped that. Some of the areas we milled and capped, and some of the areas were complete reconstruction. These back, and again, the worse the pavement is, the more intense the repair has to be. These parking lots in the back they're non-salvageable. They're on clay. They can't be capped. The cracks will reflect through there in short order. It is a remove and replace job. We have used other techniques on what I call Phase 1. This is a replacement.
Thank you. Treasurer Elliott.
Mitch, in the very back of this is the primary parking lot that our seniors use, right? That's usually when it's full, it's when the seniors use it, and it's got all the cars back there. There's large holes back there that we keep filling. And isn't in the back by the woods, that's all almost gravel now, right? That's all broken up.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I don't know what the term is,
Well,
but it looks like gravel to me.
It's
my-
degraded to the point that it was at one time asphalt, HMA, but now it's degraded, it's cracked, it's basically gravel. In fact, we took some of the millings from this front area and put them back here. We took some of the other millings and put them at the Historic Center.
Right, and how large is that parking lot, do you know?
Oh, I can give you square feet
It's
off the
pretty,
bid
yeah.
tab. Yeah, it's pretty big.
It's very large.
It's 7,000 square yards to remove it, so.
So we can absolutely write this check for this. However, there was the potential bond sale, and I don't know if Mitch is the proper person, Supervisor Kersten, or if you want to acknowledge that, why we're going that way.
I figured we'd get through a couple of them, then explain to them why we approach this as a bonding mechanism, so we didn't get spread on just one topic and then tire them out, so. Any further questions from Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, I appreciate your question, Treasurer Elliott, because what we shouldn't do is get through a couple of them and then tell them how we pay for it. Your question was spot on. Why don't we just write a check for this? But before I get to that, I'm wondering when the resident got up and said, like, I'm no expert, but has anybody checked out? Why don't we do a repair? Why don't we? And you responded to that, and you said, like, there was evidence in the phase one of why that wouldn't work. But what you didn't mention is, and I only recall it because I was excoriated for suggesting that it was a wasted study. And this goes back, Mr. Supervisor, to when you were the chief. And we had a police open house, and there was a little girl right in front of my snow cone tent that almost fell into the, like, Middle Earth. You know, she's just walking through the police parking lot, and she was up to her hips in a pothole. And the fix that year, and I'm going back 4 or 5, certainly before COVID, and the fix was you, Mr. Supervisor, were able to get F&O to bring over a picnic table, and I think we strategically positioned a picnic table, and maybe, I take that back, we had a picnic table over one portal to Middle Earth, and the other portal to Middle Earth we covered with a car. We put a police car over the hole to Middle Earth, and we let the kids go in and out of the car. And then that parking lot, along with a number of other parking lots, the previous supervisor was praised for being a data guy, spent 5 figures. I can't recall the amount, but it was certainly over 5 figures, and I don't want to botch it, but it was either called a PASER or a phaser study, which is the industry sort of review of the parking lot's soundness. So, like, whether or not it needs to be milled or taken up to the substrate, all these studies. And I said during that meeting that the parking lot, the need for the repair was self-evident. And I even asked if we could borrow the little girl and just dunk her into potholes around the township and measure them by her ankle or her knee or her hip. And I don't mean to make light of this, but our residents have already spent tens of thousands of dollars to study this. And when a resident asked, can we just mill it or can we just repair it, our engineer has no recollection of the PASER study. He referenced the phase one anecdotal view of what was there and what wasn't there. It doesn't appear in our executive summary. It doesn't appear as evidence of why we should be repairing it based on industry standards, and we don't know how to pay for it. And the question about paying for it, why don't you just write a check because you have $10 million in the bank? The problem is if you start writing a check, you won't be able to use the word that the supervisor used when Plante Moran got done, and the word he used was glowing. He said glowing. The financial position of the township was glowing, as evidenced by Plante Moran, as long as we continue to borrow our way to prosperity. See, this parking lot should have been fixed years ago. We should have written a check, but we had a PASER or phaser study, and then we tied it to a complete rebuild of the police station, changing the elevation, and here we are 4 years later, and thankfully that little girl is much taller now, so the hole won't be quite up to her hips, but that's not a way to measure the inappropriate parking lot that we have. Why don't we simply write the check? And again, this isn't a question to you, Mitch, but Mr. Supervisor, when will you write a check and when will we borrow? Because you seem to be very fond of borrowing, and you got us teed up for about $15 million tonight. This is an iffy one when we know we have the money, and why don't we commit to it? Why don't we just write the check and fix the parking lot, not only for our seniors, but also for our law enforcement and anybody that goes and visits the law enforcement? Why don't we write the check? Again, we won't be able to say glowing too many more times if we start paying, cash and carry. We are going to use credit. We're going to use credit. And that's a mistake. I think it's a terrible mistake, but it's the reason I can't vote for this, even though it's much needed, because we're going to pay almost double by the time we get done with our bond payments.
Thank you. Any further comments? Any further comments? I have a motion by Trustee DeBink, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 9D. Clerk Berry.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9E.
Item 9E is to approve a recommendation by Public Services to award the police station paving project to the lowest responsible bidder, James P. Contracting, Inc., in the amount of $702,755 for a total project cost of $788,030.50.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Do I have any support?
Support.
Supported by Treasurer Elliott. Mr. O'Connor.
This project was bid also with the Civic Center parking lot on July 6th. It's another complete removal and replacement. We also are lowering the existing catch basins, the low point catch basins, to get better drainage out there. And the project will be built in 2 phases so the police station can maintain business operations. And it's an award, recommended award to the same contractor.
Comments for the board? Trustee Anderson.
I think, again, this is much needed. I think Trustee Joseph did a tremendous job, usual job of bringing the history of this situation out. I recall this study that was done years ago. They went to all our parking lots. They were going to set up how they were going to do things. It was a prohibitive cost. I think that little girl is probably in high school by now. This is needed, but again, the way we're spending our money, I don't believe it this time. It should have been done years ago, but the way the other expenditures are building up, I can't support it.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments? Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. It's already been stated, this project is overdue. It needs to be done for the safety of all of our residents and for the safety of anyone that has business, including the employees at the police station. We've known it for a while, and it's time that we take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from the public? Trustee Joseph. Yep.
I was just going to sit this round out because everything has already been discussed, but I'm curious of my fellow board members, when you frame the discussion about need, you get zero rebuttal. There's no question about need, but our treasurer and somebody who does taxes and financials for a living, you didn't mention anything to do with how we pay for it, and is that of any concern? Or do we just use when it's convenient, well, the safety of this and the safety of that? Those are home run arguments. I agree with you. And it's not a question of safety, and it's not a question of if it's overdue. How could it be so overdue? And the question that comes to the board under how do we pay for it is potential bonds. Why don't we just commit to your argument, which is it's overdue, it's a safety concern, Treasurer Elliott, you referenced the seniors. I agree. When they have big events and they got to overflow, they got to leave the safe parking lot and go into the auxiliary or the reserve or the overflow. It's not safe. Why don't we commit to saying it's not safe and this is how we're going to pay for it? Why do we go so ambivalent and preserve the glowing financial report of a $10 million general fund balance, but your ledger sheet is going to go like 150% of what you have in the general fund you intend to borrow tonight?
That's not true.
It's a $15 million bond proposal. You have $10 million in the general fund. For 20 years, you're paying $15 million plus interest.
Mr. Supervisor, could I just address something? I don't usually go back and forth, but
I'll
the
wrap.
question.
Thank you.
The question was, how can I approve this and the funding part comes next. I'm approving the project, the funding part comes next. I'm waiting for that on the agenda.
Thank you.
Great.
Any further comments? Comments from the public?
This is a repeat of the last one. We all just watched your presentation. Public Safety Department's got over $9 million in their fund budget. And here we are, we're gonna go borrow money. I mean, every time an agenda item comes, there doesn't seem to be any general ledger number, how we're gonna pay for it, and borrowing the money, if we have such, like you said, glowing financial reports, and our fund balances are what they say they are, that were on the screen, a fool would go out and borrow money and pay that kind of interest. Nobody would borrow $788,000 and have to pay $460,000 in interest over 20 years. Only a fool would do that. And what I'm really looking at is it's an oxymoron. I'm looking at this glowing audit, and I'm looking at people saying that we don't have enough money to pay for what we need to fix things, and we have to borrow it. It's an oxymoron. And we all know what the definition of a moron is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comments?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. In regards to what Mr. LaFata said, he used the word fool. Yeah, well, that's why there's no set explanation on how we're paying for it, whether we're going to do the bonds. We're glowing in this township with our reserves. If we're glowing, like Trustee Joseph said, why don't we just cut the check? 2 projects where we've got so much money in reserves, let's cut the check. Why would we spend all this extra money in interest? Why? Because it goes back to what Mr. LaFata said. Fool, but it's not fool, it's fools. We've got multiple fools up here, and that's the problem. And that's the reason why this township's in the situation it's in financially. So, and our Treasurer Elliott, I mean, I don't even know how you can go along with this. It doesn't surprise me, but why would you want to pay interest on something, like you said, we can cut the check for it. Let's cut the check for it. But then you did the talk, but you didn't do the walk. You always do that. And then you went along with the fool and voted to bond this thing out. You make no sense. You talk out of both sides of your mouth. So if we've got the money, let's do it. So, and then the rest of you all go along with the cast of characters on whatever the supervisor wants. Why don't you start thinking independently and doing what's right for the residents of this township? So if we have the money for it, let's pay for it. Why would we take a bond out? That would make no sense. If I have money to buy a vehicle, I'm going to pay cash for it. Why would I take a loan out for it? But then again, it goes back to what Mr. LaFata said. I mean, you know, only a fool would go down that road. So, and we have multiple fools on this board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Supervisor?
I'll bring, any further comments from the public?
Oh, sorry.
Not yet, David. Not yet, David. I do have to ask one thing, though. On this, the fact that you're doing these back-to-back, both of them over $700,000, is there any type of, like, discount or deal on this measure? As, like, you know, if you said it's the same contractors doing it. I'm wondering, are they offering up some type of deal to do both projects at the same, I mean, I'm assuming this is at the same time as well, like they're gonna be done back-to-back or relative same time frame. But aside from that, I mean, taking on debt in order to do this, it's either we're in good financial standings or we're not. Like, this really does kind of sound like we need to explain what the actual financials of the township are. Furthermore, Trustee Vosberg, you had mentioned that, you know, you're voting for it now because you got the revenue source coming up in the agenda item. Well, that sounds a lot like what we often hate about what we learned from politics in DC. We have to pass the bill in order to find out what's in it. It's not what people want to hear. You know, you almost create like this self-fulfilling prophecy notation of, well, as long as we're voting because we have to pay for the item, then that means we're going to get the revenue source regardless. Thus, we get the item we want because of the preconceived notions we already voted on. And it's not what people in this township want to hear. They want to actually have a board that's willing to discuss and debate the necessary financial implications of the projects being allocated, not, oh, we already passed it, so we have to find the money to pay for it. And the only way that we can find the pay for it is to create the bonds. Thus, you know, it's like you're getting the result you already intended to get. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Now you're good, David.
Any further comments from the public? I'll bring back up the board. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Wharton, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't see that you were speaking. But, Mr. Supervisor, the reason I wanted to speak again on this is we had a decent debate going. There was a discussion. Treasurer Elliott, I've spoken with you after a couple of our more, you know, uglier meetings, and you used the word policy, and the idea was to create good policy and to have a discussion. I understood, and I would ask for a little liberty here, but I understood when Treasurer Mr. LaFata spoke about, he used the word fools, and he used it ambiguously. And then it got legs, and then individuals became fools. And that's where we go on every one of these debates. That's where we go sideways. And I understand the frustration. I share it, but I don't think there's anything inappropriate, Mr. Supervisor, you know, it does not violate the Open Meetings Act to ensure civility. And so I don't know that you're in a good position to do that when, you know, Treasurer LaFata got up earlier and made a comment, and then you took turns mocking him. Oh, he didn't ask for a rebuttal, so I don't know what he's talking about. There's a tone that's set, and the tone should be policy-driven. It should be debate-driven, and we go sideways on these. We go sideways on these. So that's the fool's comment. And then the other issue that Mr. Wharton raised on why do we vote and then we find out what's in it later, and the answer to that is very simple. We have a strategic, in my opinion, a strategic agenda item placements. So you take the two projects that are no debate. Everybody on this board agrees with them. They will represent about $1.5 million of the bond proposal that's coming later in the agenda, which is $14.5 million. So if you're not paying close enough attention, you will hear all of the need for the two projects that nobody debates we need to do, and then you'll be invited to vote yes for those, when in reality 80% of the bond payments are on an if-come. We're going to build a sewer line. You see, we're going to use the $14 million for projects that are not consensus-driven. They're not bonds that we agree should be part of senior safety or visitors to the police station and officer safety. Those were the throwaways. Those were the buy-ins. Those were the sale price. And now you vote on $14.5 million and you get to the meat of what's really going on. If you vote against the $14.5 million, somehow you're voting against the seniors and you're voting against the police. It's a ruse. It's intentionally done for the rubes that aren't paying attention. And you're led to believe that this is a paramount safety issue when the overwhelming majority of it isn't. And that's not in debate. And that's policy, Treasurer Elliott. That's a policy discussion, a policy debate. And it's disingenuous, in my opinion, to throw the two out that we all agree need to be done. Why not just write the check and remove them from the $14 million debate? Because the argument is diminished on the $14 million if you do that. Now we got to have a discussion about businesses that will generate revenue for the township in 10 years. We'll build property, we'll build infrastructure, they will build, then we'll get it back in tap-in fees and so forth. It's a disingenuous argument. It's disingenuous. Write the check for these two projects and then have an honest debate about the remainder of the infrastructure field of dreams. We build it, they will come. It's not a good policy. And the reason that we're doing it is because we're extending it out for 20 years. We'll pay it $1 million a year for the next 20 years, and every supervisor that sits in that seat can say, thank you, Plante Moran, for a glowing report, but we can't borrow our way to prosperity. Pay as we go. If we have it in the bank, pay it. We all know it's got to be done. Pay it. Write the check. But that's not what we're doing. And I hope residents are paying attention because it is your children that are going to be saddled with this debt. It's not just the taxpayer next year.
Thank you, Trustee Joseph. Any further comments? Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you. So this agenda item is to approve the recommendation for the paving project, right? And that's the recommendation for the paving project. I don't have a problem with that for all the reasons that you've stated. And also if save everything that you said, right, for the next agenda item. And, and repeat that, all for the next agenda item. If that was not approved in the next agenda item on those bonds, this would still be a needed project, and we still do have the money in the bank to write the check. So I'm not concerned about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 9E. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9F.
Item 9F is a recommendation to adopt resolution number 2023-27, authorizing the 2023 capital improvement bonds limited tax general obligation in the amount not to exceed $14,150,000.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Do I have any support?
Support.
Treasurer Elliott. Vicki and Mr. McGowan, if you would so kindly address this, and then either one of you, if you would address why we package this into a 4 separate single bond approach.
Okay. Can we click over to our first slide? So I'm just going to briefly talk about what makes up that $14 million bond. We have 4 items within it. We have the Northeast Sanitary Sewer. That comes out of the Water and Sewer Department, payments for it. We have the Anchor Bay Pump Station for $2 million approximately. That's going to be a general fund payment. The Township Municipal Building Rehab is a general fund at approximately $5,200,000. And then the last one is the Public Safety Parking Lot Rehab. That one will actually come out of the Public Safety Building. We do have another slide. We can skip back to that one. But that first bond that we were talking about, that Northeast Sanitary Sewer, it was alluded to it a little while ago, but the repayment on the estimate of revenue for future connection and capital fees. So the bond of $6 million, we estimate to have about $10,797,000 in additional revenue over the life of the bond. We did talk to our engineer, water and sewer department combination, and kind of tried to predict that out. And it seems that the flows will be equally distributed, or as close to as you can estimate at this point, to over the next 20 years, paying off the bond payment requirements. The additional thing with that revenue that we don't take into consideration of that $10 million is we also anticipate an increase in tax base from those future connections, an increase in building permits, and an increase in customer water and sewer usage. Then, and I don't know if you want to talk about the reason why we would package them together.
I will do that, yeah.
Okay. And then the other slide here that we have for that secondary Anchor Bay pump station, that is estimated, and the engineer can probably talk a little bit more if you want to go into detail on the actual project, but it was estimated to be about a $6 million needed project. And the supervisor's office has secured approximately $4 million in grant revenue to put towards this project. So the additional $2 million is the difference between the total project and the grant. So at this point, going forward and doing the needed project, we have 66% of it being covered from a bond, or a grant, excuse me. And so I'm gonna say, go ahead and you can.
Okay, great. I'm going to back up just a second. I know there's been a lot of discussions about the financing, so I just want to kind of go back a step and recap how we got to where we are and why this is being packaged together. So first of all, as has been discussed, a lot of these projects have been talked about for a long time. And Chesterfield Township is not different than any other community that has a lot of needs for infrastructure, far more than the ability to pay for them and to get everything done that needs to be. So there's been a lot of discussion and planning over the last couple of years about these various projects. Back in actually 2015, the Township Board identified needs here at the Township Municipal Building, the police parking lot, when it adopted a notice of intent to issue bonds for those projects, although those didn't actually happen at that time. Back in 2022, we had a resolution, a notice of intent resolution that was for the Northeast Sanitary Sewer and the Anchor Bay Pump Station projects, which was, at that time, those two combined was not to exceed $13.1 million. And now, after many, many months of engineering design, we're coming back now for the authorization of the bonds. So, in a sense, this bond issuance process kind of has two stages. The first step is the notice of intent resolutions, which were done in the past, and then the engineering department and the public services folks have gone out, gotten the project designed, engineered, bid out. So we're coming back to the board now with the resolution to authorize the issuance of the bonds. This is complex. We have 4 different projects that are included in this, and the reason for that is that we get a lot of efficiencies when we package multiple projects together into one bond issue. So some of the costs for a bond issue are fixed, and some of them are variable. But by doing them together, we're able to get some efficiencies by making the bond issue larger, which attracts more investors. It also reduces the overall issuance costs and just kind of efficiencies in doing the financing together. So the reason you have all of this coming here is that the recommendation of the finance team is if you're going to borrow money for projects, it's better to do it all at one time rather than do it, a project every couple months. So we already had the road project came before the board earlier. We're going to have potentially these 4 projects included in this bond issue. We're going to sell both bonds on the same day. So we're going to get a lot of attention and interest. We'll go through the rating process once. So essentially, we're financing 5 different projects with those 2 bonds. So that's why they're all kind of coming here together. And the timing really has been driven largely by the bids for the sewer project, which is the biggest one. And obviously, the parking and other projects have kind of come along after that. So essentially, what the resolution you have before you does is it authorizes the issuance of the bond in the amount not to exceed $14,150,000, which is to pay for these 4 projects. Now, the 4 projects are going to be paid from different sources. So we have general fund monies being used for the pump station and for the township municipal building. There's some police funds available for the parking for the public safety, and the Northeast sanitary sewer is intended to be paid from water and sewer charges. So these are not all coming out of the general fund, but we are putting them all into one bond issue that is secured by the township's full faith and credit, because that gives us the lowest borrowing cost, both from an interest rate standpoint and from a cost of issuance by being able to combine this into one issue. So that's why this is all kind of coming here together at the same time. And it's largely been driven by making sure that we had the numbers for the sewer project in order to set the amount that needed to be borrowed and then had the other projects also available at that same time. So what is before you tonight is a resolution that would authorize the issuance of the bonds. It authorizes a competitive public sale of the bonds, so they would be submitted for a public bid, and then the bonds would be awarded to the bidder that produces the lowest interest cost to the township. So the resolution authorizes the bonds and then delegates to the supervisor and finance director and the other municipal officials, the clerk and treasurer, to do the things they need to do to see the issuance of the bonds through, which would include presentations to the rating agencies to get the bonds rated, as well as awarding the bonds on the sale date to the low bidder. So those are the 4 projects that are included. And again, as I said, the interest rate, we don't know what it is. The bonds I mentioned are going to be secured by the township's full faith and credit. That gives us the best credit rating to go for a sale of the bonds. And then, again, we have 2 issues that would be expected to be at the same time, so we would get some efficiencies as well by having 2 bond sales on the same day from the same issuer. So with that, I can answer any questions about the bond issue, the bond resolution, or anything else that the board wants to talk about.
Thank you, sir. Comments from the board? Questions from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Mr. McGowan, I have a couple of questions, and I'm curious, and I mean no disrespect to you. When engineering projects or I'm not going to be able to make a good parallel. There are fees assessed at a percentage of the total cost of a building. So engineering fees, rates, when we pay, we base it on the size of the project. So an engineering fee would be commensurate with the size of the project. How do we pay you? Do we pay you an hourly rate, or is your relationship in terms of payment in any way related to the size of the bond?
Yeah, good question. So most of the issuance costs that relate to a bond are based on the size of the bond and the amount of work involved necessary to get the bond to market. So there's a fixed component as well as a variable component in different formulas that are used. And that's true for whether it's my fees as legal advisor, the financial advisor, the rating agencies, underwriters. They all have different scales of fees that are based, though, largely on the size of the bond issue, and then with that, how much work is involved. So I do not bill for this project on an hourly basis. It's tied into the bond sale, and all the issuance costs by design are included in the bond issuance so that it's not coming out of pocket to the township. So in essence, it would be built into the bond issue, and then it would be paid and allocated to those different components of the projects that are being financed by that bond issue.
I didn't think of asking the question, and I'm traveling very delicately here, and I hope I don't show any disrespect to you, because I have immense, and I know that you know what you're doing. In your presentation, you were using words like we and us and bundling and so forth, and I realized that you're operating from the assessment standpoint that all of these things, as you said, are needed. They have been confirmed as and agreed upon. There's need for this, and there's need for that, and there's need for this. My argument is the bundling is strategic and it's political. And the bundling of the parking lot, which we've known for years, and the 2015 bond initiative that you started went nowhere, because during the deliberation process, I continued to complain and ask for numbers, and the bond went away because it was determined at that time it was too much, and the conditions of the economy, and so it went away. My friend, Supervisor Kersten, got into the office and he called me real early on and said, "Do you recall a bond, $6 million of bond approval?" And I said to my friend then, he was my friend before the very, it's got to do with this. Before you became Mr. Obsequiously related to your handlers at the county, I told you then the $6 million credit card that you found in Lovelock's desk, put it away. We'll pay as we go. We'll pay as we go. We pay for the parking lot. We pay for this parking lot. We pay for this parking lot. We don't build a west wing. Now we got $14 million, 70% of it is tied up in something, Mr. McGowan, that I, all due respect, I say we're not in agreement is needed. If it were needed, your strategy is exactly right. There's an efficiency to bundling these. But I don't see the need for a west wing, and I don't see a need for and I don't know where a $10 million assessment that shows up, not in our packet, not something that Treasurer Elliott we can discuss as policy, but an estimate that comes from where? What prognosticator says that we will recover $10 million for a $6 million investment? You did financial planning. There are instruments that are used. You can't just make that on a slide, one sentence. We estimate to recover $10 million. I don't know that that's a fair assessment, and it's worthy of debate, which is why we have a need argument. And when you say we and us, I understand. You're operating from this being an agreed upon set of expenses, and this is the most economical way to do it. It's a bundling. But what happens now if I want to vote no on what will cost the residents in interest over the life of the bond $20 million, but I also want to pave the parking lot to make sure that seniors don't fall and police officers don't injure themselves just getting to work? How do I do that? Because if I vote against the West Wing with all of the sycophants that are going to be housed in that area that follow the supervisor, I'm now voting against the seniors. So how do I do that? Structurally. Can't separate it. Can't be bifurcated. We're voting on a $14 million bond package.
As this is set up, this is a bond issue for $14,150,000. So if approved by the board, that would be the package that would go to a sale of the bonds. If the board did not want to finance all of those components, and if the bond issue was rejected, the bond resolution here tonight, then it could come back for other projects to be financed. So right now, this is done, and I will say, you know, I've heard a lot of discussion tonight about bonding, you know, going into debt and the payments. And I just, you know, there's a lot of thought that goes into what projects should you bond for and what shouldn't. And there's not a right and wrong answer. These are policy decisions. Just as it is, as a board, you have to deal with policy questions about what projects do we finance and what don't we. I'm not here to tell you what you should and shouldn't pay for. I'm here to tell you how to get to where you need to be with the projects that you as a board decide to proceed with. And our recommendation, when I say our, I use that word, essentially the township hires consultants and advisors to assist in this. I'm speaking for myself as the bond attorney who's working on this, not standing here with me as the financial advisor that does a lot of the numbers and projections. But essentially the decision to combine the projects, I can say from a finance standpoint, was done. Very often we go into a community and say, okay, you got a sewer project, is there anything else that you need to do? Because if we're going to go out for at the time it was a much larger number, and you've got some other projects, let's bundle them together because you get some efficiencies in doing so. So that was really, in trying to combine them on the same time schedule. So it worked out here. You know, we started talking about this in 2021, 2022, trying to get these schedules to merge so that we could put this into a single bond issue and not be doing a bond issue 6 months later and going through all the same steps and adding those extra costs. So that's how we got to having this one bond issue to combine the four projects. And the only reason the special assessment bond was separate was because that's a different type of bond issue. You know, that's a different statutory authority. So that's why that one is a standalone, and these four are combined, because doing these four together gave us the most efficient way to do the financing at the lowest cost to the township. Now, the question as to why should we issue bonds if we have cash in the bank? You know, that's a common question. And it's kind of, and there's lots of discussion and policy decisions on that. But I will say that, you know, townships and local governments can't just go borrow money for operating costs like the federal government. The only thing townships can borrow money for long-term are capital projects. Those are things that are for infrastructure that are going to last many years. And whether that's a parking lot that's 10 or 15 years, a road that's 10, sewer lines that are 50, you issue bonds as a local government to put money into the infrastructure. And one of the ideas about bonds, think about sewer bonds. The idea is, you know, sometimes it's like, why don't we save up enough of our money and then pay cash for it? Well, if you think about a sewer project, if you're saving up your money for many, many years, decades to build something, the people that have paid for that are the people that were there saving all those years. But one of the reasons that bonds are done for especially water and sewer projects or roads is then they're paid in the future by the users of those improvements. So when we look at a 20-year bond, why are we borrowing 20 years for water and sewer? And the answer is that's kind of the standard in the industry, because those are assets that are going to last at least 20 years. You know, we tailor the duration of the bonds based on the estimated useful life of the asset. So that road project is a 10-year project. We've got 10 or 15 for some others, 20 for water and sewer. And that's why we do a longer-term bond in the same way that when you go buy a house, you know, that you want to live in, you do a 30-year mortgage. You know, this is kind of the same idea that you're going to pay for it. The users of those improvements are going to pay for that over time. And there's other considerations. I mean, there's a great, you know, policy question is, should we pay cash or should we borrow? And one of the answers to that is, you know, what else are you doing with the money? What is the fund balance that you want to have? What are you earning on your cash right now? Do you need that cash for something else that you can't bond for? So these are the considerations that go into deciding whether to issue bonds for something or whether to pay cash for something. And so, you know, right now, and I'll just use the two parking lot projects. I mean, those are relatively small amounts. If the township said, hey, you know, should we borrow $700,000 for the police parking lot? You know, the answer is, well, you know, maybe, but do you have other things to combine with it? Or, you know, you know, what else do you have a need for that cash? By doing the parking lot projects with this, it gets to piggyback essentially onto this financing for the duration of the improvement, and it's not really paying as much of a cost to that. The last thing I want to talk about is the interest. You know, I know that the idea of paying interest is something that, you know, a lot of people, when you add it up, it looks like a big number. And it is a big number in the sense that these are very big numbers that we're talking about here. $14 million is a large bond issue. And I say that this township hasn't really done a bond issue in a long time. You know, the last bond issues for new projects, other than some of the county sewer deals, were building projects. You know, we had the police station in 2007, and then the fire station DPW was just paid off this year. I mean, that was another consideration, is the township had its other building debt was just paid off this year. I think it was probably a 2003 financing that was refinanced in 2013.
Yep, and it was, that was one of the things that we had considered,
Yep.
when looking at that. So in 2023, it's our last payment for a bond for water and sewer and for public safety, the fire building. And the payment was approximately, for the water and sewer, was approximately $490-some thousand. Well, that's rolling off. Our new bond, if this one goes through, would be around that same, actually a little bit lower. So our cash flow would remain consistent in the future as it has been in the last few years. So we did look at, you know, future cash flows and how that would impact our current operations.
Yeah, so that's kind of a, you know, when I say we and in the planning and discussion on this, we've been talking about combining these various projects. And again, my goal here is to provide a financing package that gives the township money to pay for the improvements that the township board, as a group, decides that it wants to proceed with. So I'm not here to tell you which projects you should or shouldn't do, but essentially, if you say these are the things that we have needs for, how do we finance them? That's really how this package came together over the last couple of years, and why we see some of these particularly smaller projects included within this. But you know, the driver of this was really, timing-wise, was the sanitary sewer project, which is, you know, the largest project on that list. And that's really how we got to this point. So I don't know if that answered your question, but I just wanted to give a little bit of background on some of the policy discussions and the thought process with the timing on the bonds and how these were structured together.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. I in no way was trying to, you know, be in any way derogatory. I appreciate you.
I didn't take it that way, so.
Thank you, and I appreciate the explanation. Where we will continue to disagree as a board is the big, if this is the number of projects that you believe, then your role is to recommend a procedure to get that as efficiently as possible. I think you've done your job. The question is the if, and that's where we will just have debate on this particular policy.
Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. First thing, Mr. Kersten, congratulations on getting the $4 million offset this process. That's good. I think the whole thing is we find ourselves here today. 5 members of this board decided, they didn't decide, they predicated there would be a sewer built along county line. Indirectly or directly, it'll be paid for by the people that occupy this community right now. They probably won't get a lot out of it, whatever happens on the north end. And I also point to the wisdom, and I'm not just saying, you be the judge of it. About 4 years ago, the county commissioner, she came here, commissioner of water and sewer came here, offered us this great deal on a sewer that runs along Gratiot. For 25 years, multiple communities were using it. It was only like $1.4 million of an old AEW repair needed to get it up to snuff. The gentleman who was the treasurer at the time was more concerned about his community and the cost of that, what it would be in the long run. Came back to the board, and I think it was a 6-1 vote not to take it. Well, that great officer came back again to this benevolent township, I think within the last few months, with a price tag of maybe $11 million to repair it. And my fellow board members, 5 strong, voted, thank you, we'll take it. Without even appropriate lubricants, we'll take it. And now we're seeing this come up. I mean, this is not your, I know. We're gonna be stuck paying for these things, and we hear the story, you don't be hard on the people on the north end that are gonna be jeopardized if this fails. This board majority put us in that position. Didn't hold the county to its responsibility here. Still have several years left. At that time, it would have been the county's responsibility. At that time, back then, with Trustee LaFata, the attorney even said, hey, that'd be an interesting battle on behalf of, favorable for the township if we had to engage in it. But we own it. We own it. We haven't even addressed that. I thank you.
Further comments from the board? Comments from the public? If you would, when you have your comments, address the board, and we'll try and cover them after.
Paul LaFata, 48055 Mallard. I'm looking at the numbers that our bond council just put up on there, and I look at
Mr. LaFata, could you move the microphone closer to you? I can't hear you, and I don't know if the residents can either.
I looked at the numbers that our bond attorney put up there on the screen, and I looked at the numbers that Supervisor Kersten's got in his executive summary, and they don't match. Supervisor Kersten's got $8,150,000 in there for the sewer, and this only had $6 million. I don't know if the left hand knows what the right hand's doing, or where the money's going, or how it's going to be spent, but it really doesn't make any sense. I don't understand the Anchor Bay pump station. Originally, the cost was around $4 million. We got a $4 million grant from Ms. McLean, and now it's going to cost us another $2 million that we're going to bond. I'm not understanding all this, how these numbers, they just keep changing. I never see the same numbers twice. And I was told when I first started to analyze numbers, if the numbers change, something's wrong. They should repeat themselves. If you look at a audit in 2018, the numbers should be the same when you look at that same audit in 2022, or the budgets. And I don't understand it, because I looked at a 2021 budget, and I looked at the sewer fund balance, and it was $7,200,000 and some odd thousand. And today I look at another document at 217, and it's got a different number. So I don't know how these numbers are flipping, but I can show you the documents, but the numbers flip. And I really don't understand it. We're going to put a sewer line in that's not going to benefit anybody. We've already, in the Planning Commission, we've already rezoned the property so that the developers can get fat when it does happen. And it's all on the residents' shoulders. And nobody in their right mind borrows more money on their home than they have to. When I built mine, I paid it off in 8 years, so I didn't have the interest, so I could save money when I bought my cars. I don't pay interest, I pay cash. And I have money in the bank. I have a good fund balance. But the way that the township's going, that doesn't seem to make any sense. Common sense doesn't seem to dwell in the heads of 5 people up there that just want to spend money. Anybody can spend money. Anybody. Anybody with 4 votes on that board can spend money. To do it responsibly, to be able to do it, and the more money we borrow, the more suspect that it's going to fall between the cracks because we don't know how to manage these projects. I mean, that parking lot's a prime example.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. That northeast sewer line, you're right, Mr. LaFata, it's not going to benefit us, the residents. It's going to benefit the people that donated to Mr. Kersten's campaign and the property owners out there. So, he made sure that he took care of, the wealthy and well-connected. That's all he's concerned about. He's not looking out for the residents here in Chesterfield. And not only is he not looking out, Treasurer Elliott just continues to fall in line with whatever he wants. So I just don't get it with you. Me and Paul LaFata are consistently doing your job, and you're getting paid. So you're supposed to be looking out for the residents, all of us, and what benefits us. But you continue to fail to do that. The west wing that Trustee Joseph talked about for the Supervisor Kersten at $5,100,000. He must have went to the county and seen, what the county looked like. And, the county, Chesterfield is not Macomb County. The supervisor doesn't need an executive west wing with a cafeteria, your own door to come in and leave when you want. And, your personal shoe shine guy here to take care of your meals served for you. So it's just getting out of hand. The Anchor Bay pump, when it was brought up for discussion, we were at $4 million. For the Domingue pump station, we were at $4 million. Now we're at $6 million. And again, like Mr. LaFata said, the numbers keep changing. And I'm a no on this, and the reason why I'm a no on this is I support the parking lot for public safety, and I support the parking lot for the seniors. But to bundle this ridiculous bond at $14 million, it's ridiculous. And to saddle the residents for that it's ludicrous and insane to vote yes on this. And if you guys did your due diligence and let's step back and not do what the supervisor wants and do what the residents want, then you vote no and you pull you pull the parking lots out, we pay for it, we have the money to pay for it, we pay for those separately. And then the supervisor does not need a west wing here in Chesterfield. So, again, I'm asking you to do your due diligence, to listen to the residents, and quit falling in line with whatever Supervisor Kersten wants, because, you know, I'm not the only one that sees it. Everybody here sees it, and everybody that watches these meetings and the residents are really starting to, you know, pick up on what you guys are laying down. So they might have been sleeping at the wheel before, but they're not sleeping now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the board, or public, I mean?
Could you put that bond, the way the bond was all distributed, back up? I should have my glasses or binoculars, but I guess the first thing is the Northwest Sanitary Sewer. Everybody, I think, agreed. In fact, the attorney even agreed a couple years ago that we shouldn't be responsible for bringing lines to developments. It's the developer's responsibility to meet our existing lines. That should have been a given. Somehow, everybody got coerced or fooled into thinking that this was our responsibility. As far as getting money back from it, the only money you're going to get back is when you increase the water and sewer rates for everybody in this county that don't use that. That should be a no-no. The Anchor Bay Pump Station, Paul gave me a note on this, I was going to bring it up. When you first had that proposal and they did the engineering on it, and it came out to $4 million, basically, they also showed out an area that sewer serviced. And those were the people the charge was gonna fall back on them. I think it ran from about 21 Mile and just past, I may think, to the Salt River. And those people along Jefferson, but also included in there, which somebody forgot, is the fact that Macomb County is serviced by that sewer line. All the water off of Jefferson, all the roads that lead to Jefferson, everything, they should be responsible for about 20 to 25%. Nobody seems to be pursuing that. You're just going to throw it on this. The municipal building, I don't know where that came from. I thought I'd see something about the parking lot there, but you're not even putting the parking lot on there. It's some pie in the sky type thing. Public safety, parking lot, I guess there's no problem with that. But why aren't we just writing a check and paying as we go? All of this is geared toward paying for that sewer line on 26 Mile Road. The other thing that's outstanding on this is nobody really came up with any sound cost on what that sewer line is. Every time you turn around, it changes. Yet you're going to go for a bond for it that we should be paying for. This whole thing should be sent back and everybody sit down as a group and discuss whether or not it should be paid for a bond, what should and what shouldn't be paid in a bond. You ought to just table this thing so that everybody has some input and everybody's got a good idea as to what it's going to cost and who it's going to cost. This just doesn't make any sense. The other thing is, I think in the last paper in The Voice, I estimated that you've got, with the $9.5 million coming from the McLean, you got about $19 million in grants.
Time's up.
Now, why isn't any of those being applied?
Time's up, sir. Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
So when recognizing the bond issue here for, you were talking about $14 million, is this, oftentimes we often see with government overruns, is this for sure going to cover everything, or are we going to come back to expenditures in the future? Like, I mean, is there a guarantee that the eventual costs are going to be within the parameters? Or like, say, for the pump station, I believe, or I'm sorry, whatever it was for, it was the $6 million total with the $4 million grant from McLean's office. You're talking about $2 million from this bond issue are going forward, but what happens if there is an overrun of that? Would there be a discrepancy within the bond for such an issue? Aside from that, we're looking at, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, sir. You had spoken. I'm sorry, I forgot it. But you had said that the larger bond issue had led to a greater interest in people wanting to invest in the bond being proposed. And that because it was so sizable, you bundled everything together, that offered up for a lot of potential people to invest in it, which it does sound good on paper and such, and it actually reminds me of, I'm not perfectly attuned to this, but what Alexander Hamilton had pretty much proposed in the establishment of the national debt, and how it was supposed to bind the states together in such a larger expansion of credit. Thus, the larger the debt, the greater expansion they could have on the government. And so, being that he was a pseudo-monarchist, though, you could actually put there into the aspirations that this is nothing more than an expansion for governmental oversight. You will need to expand on taxation and revenue resources in order to finance such an expansion of debt. Taking on debt for an investment is a necessary component in life. You know, a lot of us have to take on an auto loan in order to get a new car, but that new car can provide us with a better standard of living and allow us to have a greater economic impact in the future. But what a lot of this sounds like is that it's misappropriated investments or malinvestments. We saw a lot of this during the aftermath of the pandemic, where because there were no proper ways to invest money, we saw it be spent in ludicrous things. I think the most common thing was the NFT craze, in which case a lot of people spent their stimulus checks on completely pointless fake investments. But aside from that, I'm just trying to grasp what this type of debt incursion and what we're going to be dealing with for interest payments is a proper investment for the future of this township, and whether or not this drives people away or gets enough people to come in. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Janice Young, 28714 Yorkshire. This was a lot for me to take in tonight. It's a huge amount of money. I really want to thank Trustee Joseph for articulating things that I probably would not be able to do, especially in 3 minutes. And they're the residents that expressed concerns over everything. It's made me think even further about what goes on here. But I learned a lot. I've learned a lot about bonds, learned a lot about the finances for this township, and I learned what board members I don't align with and which ones I do, consistently for 7 months that I've been coming here. And it's kind of shocking to me that it kind of seems to fall the same way every time. I really would love to hear more from this side of the board on these issues, why you vote yes, or I'm going to say no, but you earlier vote no. That's important to me. I want to know why you're making these decisions for the township. I look at those numbers, well, they're not there. I look at the numbers, and I don't think this building needs a $5 million rehab. Yeah, does it need things? Maybe it needs HVAC. Yeah, fix it. I get it. The parking lots, absolutely. I would support that 100%. But lumping it all together, like Trustee Joseph said, I think it's just a way to wash it over everybody, you know, so they don't see what's coming. And the sanitary sewer, I guess I didn't fully understand what that was, and it's becoming more clear to me what it is. And I don't understand why we would have to pay for that now, if that should fall on the development as it comes. So those are just my thoughts on the whole thing. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments from the public? Bring back up the board. Trustee Joseph, Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Karen, could you please put the 4 columns back up? Thank you. Just starting with the northeast sanitary sewer, which sometimes I hear people say, it doesn't matter. hear him saying west, and I think it's northeast sanitary sewer. Do we already know if the hospital is going to tap into the sewer?
Yes.
'Cause they're planning expanded use, or they're realizing that they don't have the use?
Yes.
It's my understanding, they realize they don't have the capacity that they
That is
need.
correct.
So they will already, and they will pay for that.
They will,
And anyone else that develops along in that corridor where that northeast sanitary sewer will serve, they will pay a fee to get in, and that amount was, right.
that is correct.
And that fee has already been a step based on the, because that was a question I had, and I asked, and I got information from Mitch.
There-
But I was looking for it, I thought it was part of the package, it might have been something separate that he sent. But based on the size of that property there and the amount of development, there was a dollar amount that was established per buildable lot, or whatever the terminology was. What was the terminology?
Yeah, it's resident equivalent units,
Re-
which is
resident,
basically,
okay.
you turn everything into a house. So to build this project, you have to get a permit from the state, and the state requires that you define how many properties and how much flow you're gonna generate by the sewer.
So somebody, just a single-family house would pay that, what was the rate, was 5,000, or whatever the amount, dollar amount was?
And the
Oh, it's okay.
RUs is generated by.
5,500. And if they were a larger organization, building, that uses more than a 1-inch water, they would pay more because they're connecting.
Correct.
All right.
The connection fee is based on your water meter size.
Correct, so that will be paid for, and that's where that dollar amount of that, I believe that Ms. Bauer was talking about, that if we would go over, we would actually go over. Was that related to this area, this northeast?
Yes, that's specifically for the areas served by this proposed sewer.
Correct, so when that's developed, we would actually take in more revenue than what we're borrowing right now. Is that correct? And, of course, by then, costs will have gone up, so all I'm trying to do is make sure we recover, we have plans for recovering, and it sounds like we have a cushion for that recovery. So even if it's a slow development, we have a cushion. I can live with that, and I think we need that for the hospital to thrive. We need to have them hooked up to that. We do not want to have their own sewage treatment plant, and perhaps not safe water going through our drains. I hear noise that's kind of distracting. Could we go back to that? Oh, I didn't think that was you, but could you go back to that 4-column thing again, please? Then we have the Anchor Bay pump station. We've talked about that for way too long, and that does serve residents, and the county does, in a sense, is involved in it. But the way that the county works is they form the authority or whatever unit it is, and they bill them. So in a sense, I see it as a good deal for the people that live around there. The entire township is paying for this, and the individual homeowners aren't being assessed for it that live in that district that's being served by that. And we do all benefit, because Jefferson is a road that we all travel on, so that we need to do that. The public safety parking lot, we've talked about that. We need it, and we want it. I have no problem borrowing to do that. We should have done it. By borrowing it, we're going to save money in a sense, because the longer it goes, the more it's going to cost. The township building rehab, there's probably stuff in there that I personally wouldn't need or want, but this building needs major renovation. When you walk in here, I think it will save money, perhaps there's room for savings because the HVAC alone is an issue. In the summertime, there are people turning on little space heaters because it's too cold in their spaces. In the wintertime, they're opening windows because it's too hot in their space. We need something that can be suitable for for the way this building is configured. So I approve that. I personally don't care where people sit in this building as long as they're able to do their job. And I will let the people who spend more time here than me figure out the best layout for this building. So in general, I'm supporting that. I have one question. I do not see the parking lot for behind the building is not in that list. Is that correct?
The parking lot is included in item D.
Item B?
Yeah.
But that's not being bonded.
Yes.
Just a minute. Could you show me item B of what? It's not on that list?
Up there? I think that's what she's asking.
Oh, no.
It's not on that list. Should it be? We're talking about.
It's included
in the.
That's part of the Township Municipal Building Rehab number.
Under the 5 million, is that what we're talking, the 5,197,000?
Correct.
Okay, so it's part of that. So all we did was approve the contract for the company that will do the paving, but that number is already in that column.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph.
I sometimes, earlier tonight, I asked Mitch about an SAD, and could you describe an SAD? It wasn't because I didn't understand an SAD, it's just that it comes up, and not always do residents understand an SAD. But if I just heard what I hope to be an education for the public in Trustee Vosberg's questions of an equivalent meter charge, I really hope that was an attempt to enlighten the residents and not her. Because if we've been voting without an understanding of an equivalent meter charge on all of the issues, I'm really, really scared. It's startling to watch and to hear this. If it's such a lucrative Northeast Sanitation District, why don't we apply the same logic that DTE does when they are asked to improve the grid space to the township when developments come in? Because developers are forced to build grid space. They are forced to provide adequate grid space to the residents before they can get approval to build. The township doesn't build that because we will recover. So the slide that had over the life of the bond will recover $10 million. What's to say that we wouldn't recover it without putting the bond money in to begin with? What if the developers had such a lucrative project that they weren't going to let sanitary sewer slow them down, and they incorporated it in the cost of their build? What if they incorporated in the cost of their build to take advantage of all this economic growth, and we could recover the tap-in fees and the user fees without paying for the infrastructure to entice them? So your argument and your basis is predicated on a lot of ifs. There are a lot of ifs in there. And I'll go no further. I mean, I could go all night, but I'll tell you this. Agenda items D and agenda items F were the two lowest projects that Mitch, you came up and presented. We talked about a little girl being hip deep. We talked about Pazer studies. You assured the residents that this was a worthwhile expenditure. Why didn't we lead with agenda item D and agenda item E as the two biggest projects, so that, Trustee Vosberg, you could have your questions answered about why do we need a west wing? Why do we need some of these things? In none of these projects are we talking about the things that you said were paramount, which is you have right now, if we get heavy rains, dispatchers in the PD have garbage bags, and they will put them over their monitors to protect the equipment, because the building is structurally problematic. It rains. I haven't been invited to your office, Treasurer Elliott, but it rains in there. I did have the ability to go and meet with Mr. LaFata, it was raining in there years ago. So why aren't we addressing the things that we know are need, that we know we need, instead of simply packaging and bundling and say, oh, we might as well tag the township credit card for all of Christmas? Why don't we identify? Why don't we talk about the projects, Mr. Supervisor? Why didn't you bring agenda item D instead of talking about something that we all agree on? Why didn't you bring it's no longer there, but in the slide where we broke down the 4 projects, why didn't you replace Township Municipal Building Rehab, which is a $5.1 million bond, instead of the $644,000? Why, instead of having Mitch assure us what we already know? I knew it, you knew it, when we put the picnic table over the portal to Inner Earth, we knew that that parking lot was a problem. We're no disagreement, but you heard from Trustee Vosberg. She's like, well, I don't know about this and I don't know about that, but you don't get to debate it, because now that we've been assured that the 2 parking lots are safety issues, now we're gonna vote on a $14 million, and a lot of that we're not sure. I would honestly like, and I'm not opposed to some of these, because I would like to have a conversation about the HVAC in this building. I would like to have a conversation about rain in the police station. And I'd even like to hear why you need a west wing to put all of your inner circle next to your office in a secluded area of the building. I'd like to hear that too. But why don't we set up an honest discussion? And I would like to make a motion to postpone the bond, the $14.1 million bond initiative, until we have a discussion about the other 2 issues in the same detail that we had about the parking lots with portals to Inner Earth. Like, let's have a discussion about the West Wing. Let's have a discussion about the other things. And I would make a motion to postpone. And I know that I suspect that the rebuttal will be, we'll miss a great opportunity because the bond deal is only available till tomorrow or some other rubbish. But let's have an honest discussion about the other 70% of the bond that we don't agree on. That's a fair request, and I would like to make a motion to postpone for 1 month, and I would ask for support.
I support it.
We have an original motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 9F. I will not withdraw my motion.
You don't have to. There's a motion to postpone. It supersedes your motion. Ask your attorney, he'll tell you. You're going to feel foolish again, but ask him. He's right.
Yeah.
Your rules of administrative procedure provide that a motion to postpone to a certain time can be made even when there's a question under debate. So the motion is proper and it takes precedence over the pending motion, so.
Thank you, Mr. Siebert.
Let me finish. So you should take a vote on the motion to postpone to a certain date.
Okay, so there's a motion by Trustee Joseph, supported by Trustee Anderson, to postpone the item for 1 month.
I'd like to defer to the clerk. Whatever the second meeting in August is the date that I would ask for the postponement.
That would be a postponement until August the 22nd.
Thank you, Clerk Berry.
August 22nd.
Continue support.
Is this second, which is a month from now.
Clerk Berry, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
No.
Trustee Vosberg.
No.
Treasurer Elliott.
No.
Supervisor Kersten.
No.
Clerk Berry, aye.
With that being said, there is a motion, original motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 9F. Clerk Berry.
Mr. Supervisor, may I ask
Please.
a question? I didn't have a chance yet, so I know there's been a lot of activity. Thank you, I appreciate the opportunity. My question, that's okay. My question that I have, and I don't know if this is for you, Mr. Supervisor, you may be able to answer, or potentially finance, but the $4 million grant that we will be receiving, or the allocation from Congresswoman McLean's office, does anyone know when the appropriation has been made for that? Is that the next fiscal year, or is that smoothed over a number of years?
No, that is, we've received the notification, it is in process. There's a process to apply for it. We are working with her office to receive those funds, but yes, it is appropriation for this year dedicated for that.
For the 2024 fiscal year? Or 2023? Okay. Thank you.
Again, motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by, I'm sorry.
So a couple of things I want to discuss that we've talked about is, so there's been several questions about the Anchor Bay pump station and why those numbers changed. Can you address that, please? Why did that number change from the $4 million to now it's a $6 million project? What changed on that?
So the original request, there were price increases with the pump and the design of the pump and cleaning it out. That was increased from the original Spald OHM proposal. And again, the time delay, it was almost a year prior before we took any action on it. So Mitch, if you want to address that?
Yeah, the project was broken up into two phases, 1.5 million, which is what was currently awarded and we're working on now. And then the next phase is to repair the rest of the pumps, but then also the outlet piping to the lake. Fish Creek. So yeah, and again, the estimate, the prices after that, then on the other estimates, the actual estimates, the prices came in, the bids came in lower, but on this one, the prices have been coming in higher, so that is why we're recommending bonding for more.
And if I recall correctly, there was, these are custom-made pumps and shafts
Yeah,
that are being made for this structure.
And we don't know the condition of the outlet. It's a box culvert. It hasn't been reviewed because it's always been underwater for the last 10 years or so. So we really don't know the condition until we go in there and look at it. So it's, at this time, we recommend, setting the budget at a higher number based on the unknown.
Okay, thank you. And that leads to my next question. So we haven't approved the municipal building rehab, and some maybe our bond council can give us a little direction. So what if we don't? What if we take and we sell the bonds, and then we don't approve, say, the $5 million for the township municipal building? Say that we only want to spend $2.5 million. So could you explain how that works?
There we go. So the question was, what if we don't do all the projects and spend all the bond money? So once the bonds are issued and delivered, that $14,150,000 comes to the township. So you have essentially, the tax rules are you have to expect to spend all the money within 3 years. And so one thing that is pretty clear in the resolutions is you have the ability to, this is an aggregate number. We know how much has been allocated on those charts. Those numbers may change a little bit. So if you don't spend it all on that, some of that money could be available for one of the other projects. It's really not an option to give the money back early, but sometimes that does happen on projects that may come in under, or a project gets canceled. There is a procedure for that. I will say that that's something that is rather costly to not spend it all, because you can't pay down the bonds earlier than roughly 9 to 10 years. So you could, in theory, hold on to that money for 9 years, and then on the first call date, use that to pay down principal. That's not recommended because that's an expensive option, but that does sometimes happen. So the idea is that the money would be spent on the various projects that are described in the resolution.
Thank you. Supervisor Kersten, so because there is some debate on the municipal building, how do you address that, coming from your point of view?
So the partners that we've been working with, the architect, the cost for renovation came in substantially higher than what we expected. So the plan is moving back and scaling back the project. I think we can make it work for this this amount of money. Obviously, HVAC environmental is one of the biggest concerns that we have. So we'll scale the project to what the bond amount is approved.
Okay, so in looking at the breakdown of the municipal building rehab, the item 9D is not in that building breakdown for that. It's not in there.
Pardon me?
So item 9D, the paving project for the municipal building, is not in here, which is, as I said, is fine.
It is, point of information, Mr. Supervisor.
Trustee
It's the same question that Trustee Vosberg asked.
Correct.
Which is, it's in that green shaded area. So the 5.1 million is inclusive of the 600, I believe it was a 644,000. Same question Trustee Vosberg asked.
You found it in the breakdown?
I heard it in Trustee Vosberg's answer.
Supervisor, could I maybe address that and shed
Yes,
some light?
please.
Just to be clear, and again, these are grouped. I know there was a comment earlier that the numbers don't add up, but they do, because the green column and the blue column together are the building projects that add up to exactly $6 million. And that's because that was the number for the original notice of intent for the township building and police station. So what I said earlier, no more than $6 million can be spent on the township building and the parking lot. So I believe the total project cost is larger than that for the township municipal building.
Yeah,
which is why I said that the parking lot is included in that, because the blue column is based on the actual contract bid for the police parking lot. So the green number is essentially the difference between that and the $6 million. So there's wiggle room on that.
I completely understand what you're saying.
Okay.
What you may not have is, I think it's page 133 of 154. Is that how you have it printed up? So in that breakdown, that is the township municipal building renovation, and it's not in that list. That's the list I'm saying.
Correct, that's correct.
Why did we start the water and sewer project at the Northeast Sanitary? What is the history of that? Why did that begin, and how did it develop?
So Ascension petitioned the state prior 4 years ago, Mitch, I believe, to build a hospital up there. They received permitting from the state, Eagle and DEQ, to place an on-site sewer plant on their facility. With clean water being discharged into a force main out to 26 Mile Road, down to county line, to through New Baltimore to Lake St. Clair. They, again, they're up and running. They ran into problems, and the original discussion with them was to, will you partner with us and let us help you get sewer up to that area? They were on such a time schedule that we just couldn't do it. So they went on their own. We continued with the project. We tried an SAD. The residents did not want it. So we, again, I brought it back to put sewer up there, along the right-of-ways, to where developers would have to eventually tap into it, because that's part of the development. They're required to. In that meantime, 26 Mile Road properties have become a developer's site or choice. There are substantial proposed developments, millions of dollars along that corridor. And rather than have all of these businesses and entities create their own sewer on-site treatment plant, I felt that, and in discussions with others, getting sewer to these locations so we didn't have all these on-site sewer discharges into a forced main going out to the lake is the best choice. It also, we already have water up there. Years ago, I think it was 2005, the township put water mains up there to stop a potential annexation from the city of New Baltimore. At the time, it would have been smart to put sewer in, but for whatever reason, the board didn't choose. So there is water there, which allows development, but there's no sewer to take it away. And that's really the quandary that the community is left in, to provide sewer to that location. And it's a revenue generator, as we heard. Over time, when development comes, they're gonna have to pay connection fees. We do get a large return on that for not only the waste discharge through Great Lakes, but also through our connection fees. And it sustains the system. And again, conversations with growth is what keeps our rates low, not only with water, but with sewer. And you have to continue to grow as developers come and eliminate that need for, number one, on-site sewer treatment plants or truck and dump, which is what they're doing now.
And coming from the finance world, and I think coming from public safety and various experiences, I did not know why, what Brad is talking about, I didn't know why that was a bad thing, right? And I think we kind of got educated about the same time on why this is, for the environment, a problem. And I believe, Mitch, can you speak to that a little bit more in depth? What's the difference in why we want that sewer hookup versus having them have their own?
They have, for their first phase, which is constructed now, they also constructed a temporary on-site wastewater treatment plant. So it's like a mini package wastewater treatment plant. And that, collects their effluent, treats it, and then as Supervisor Kersten stated, it pumps it out to 26 Mile Road to County Line Road and discharges there. So that was allowed and permitted by Eagle, or DEQ, I think it's Eagle now. The problem is, now you have within your township a small wastewater treatment plant that has to be annually checked, and Ascension is responsible for it. But it is a better situation for Ascension. Ascension wants the sewer because they don't want to increase their wastewater treatment plant, to have public sewer available for them to tie in.
Is Ascension, no, Ascension is going to be hooking up, paying for
Oh,
something?
yeah.
How do the numbers look on that?
They signed an agreement with the township, and they initiated the first special assessment for that district. So that property owner initiated the special assessment. And there was a lot of interest from the properties, understandably, on 26 Mile Road. But the properties south of 26 Mile Road, the farm areas to 25 Mile Road, were not interested. They recognize the value, but they're not interested in paying for it through a special assessment.
Anything else?
So the other discussion that we had here was about the municipal building rehab and what the reason for having the change of where people sit. And that started before you became the supervisor. That started with the conversation of talking about good customer service and having everybody that has daily counter visits, the building department, Parks and Rec, water and sewer, various things. That's where it started. And then the current plan that we see, that was what you've gotten to now. Is that, looking at the breakdown, are the majority of the costs for the $5 million project, are they the things that Trustee Joseph had mentioned, such as
The West Wing?
No. So the reason why, not meaning any disrespect to Trustee Joseph, and I understand what he's saying in some, in regards to this entire package, I think we do need to have more discussion, but not, again, not to the discussion of throwing these name calling at each other, but actual discussion. And so that people, the residents who are watching, as Ms. Janice had said, and for her, to be able to understand what maybe we've talked about before this meeting and questions that we've asked. So why that? Because originally it was 1.5 million for the HVAC, then it was going to be 2.5 million, and it landed at 5 million. And what was the history of that?
The history of the 5 million, if I'm understanding your question correctly, is there are so many issues with this building that the redesign and the worker efficiency and the worker environment is, as was pointed out, the ceiling leaks. There's so many things that have been ignored here for years that we're just trying to address. Now, the West Wing comments, great, they make for great TV or whatever, but they're about operation and what is proper for operation. And knowing that the bid or the estimate for the concept plan came in much higher than expected, we will clearly scale it back. But the footprint or the concept plan that's in what you see addresses all of the core issues that we need to fix. Borrowed furniture from 25 years ago. HVAC systems that you're either in a freezer or you're in a heater. And in order to fix the HVAC, you got to gut the building anyways. So the HVAC system runs in the wings, and in order to fix them, everybody who has an office is going to have to move out and literally be displaced for a period of time. So again, the scale back, we will work with the architects if this is approved. We will scale it back, we will properly design it, but there are core issues that need to be addressed as priorities. HVAC, leaking ceilings, doorways, egress, ingress. Is that what you were looking for? Clerk Berry, not to mention.
Sorry, I don't want to take anybody's time.
Nope, I'm done.
Not to throw an additional monkey wrench in here, but there's one other concern that I have from my perspective, and that is that we haven't discussed, or it hasn't been determined yet, how we are going to accommodate an early voting center here in Chesterfield. May that be part of the municipal building rehab readjustments that we're going to be making? I don't know, but I do at least want to voice my concerns to the board that the election center may, depending upon which direction we go, and we have a meeting coming up later this week that will help us answer some of those questions, but it's very possible that if we have to secure an additional building, that we may be, that may cost us as much as the Anchor Bay pump station and the parking lots combined, another $2 to $3 million to secure a building, should we have to go that route. The reality is that that's a big question mark right now, and until we get that resolved, I'm a little concerned about moving forward, because what if we need to include that in a bond sale as well? Or is that a situation where if we do secure the bond for all of these other projects, that we would have financing or cash available to address that need? But I guess my point is that one way or the other, that need has to be addressed, and it's going to need to be addressed very, very soon, and I'll have a long-term solution for that, because that constitutional amendment is not changing. So the fact that that's not even kind of part of the conversation, and I understand that a lot of the movement on that has come very, very recently, after probably a lot of this was prepared, but that is something that we do need to keep in mind, that we may have, we still kind of have that kind of hanging out there as another shoe yet to drop. And so whatever we decide to do, I would be more comfortable if I had some assurances that that particular need will be satisfied or taken care of, that we will have the funding to take care of that, in addition to all of these other things that I think are all worthy projects. And Supervisor Kersten is right in that this building is considerably problematic. We have to do something with it, there's no doubt about that, but perhaps there's yet another project to be added to the bond. I don't know, but that's something that we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Any further
Supervisor.
comments? Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. In addition to the concerns about election space, I listened Treasurer Elliott, as you asked the supervisor the history of these things. His background is in farming and police work. I don't know what makes him an engineer expert. And when you ask about the history of these things, the fact that the project wasn't agenda item D or E tells you everything you should know, because it's just going to be folded in. I can't stress to you strongly enough the phone call when he found the $6 million credit card in the desk. The projects ensued from there, and the problem that I have now is I feel like I'm on a field trip, and you're asking these questions, and you're like, well, maybe we didn't, and we didn't. Now we know, and now, he doesn't know anything about why Eagle or the DNR or whoever it is from the state allowed the Ascension to build the way they built. And if there was any concerns about patients drinking, water that had bacteria or improper, they wouldn't have been allowed to do it. It's as simple as that. So the other questions that I already know the answer to, but it seems silly. The votes are in. You got it. You're okay. Just go through, and you don't have to continue the charade like we're actually making a dent in educating one another, because it's a predetermined deal, and it's silly. It's again, it's like being on a field trip where my classmates keep asking redundant questions that were answered years ago. If you want to ask a solid question, ask if anybody from St. Clair County or Macomb County contacted the supervisor and expressed urgency over the sanitary sewer going in there. Or you could ask him, of all of these hot-button developers that can't wait to crack into the 26 mile, ask him if any of them were at his fundraiser. See, when you go and you get to the heart, you follow the money, and he has no business engineering. His expertise is in farming, and his expertise is in police work. And the one area that I hoped when I nominated him was that you would address in this was your dispatchers got garbage bags over their computers. That doesn't appear in your bond. Why? Why do you leave them in unsafe conditions? Why do they get rain on their computers and you get, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to refer to it as the West Wing, you called it the executive wing. I'll properly refer to it. It's the executive wing. It's where you and all of the boat-worthy employees get to hang out. But let's end it. Let's just call the question. You got your votes. I make a motion, call the question, and let's be done with
I'm
this.
going
It's
to
a bloodletting.
rebut some of that. Partners in Architect
I
are
made a
currently
motion
working-
to
Partners
call the
in
question.
Architect-
I would ask
Please,
for
stop.
support.
Stop.
Support. Okay.
Okay, we're good.
That supersedes
Motion by
your babble, and now we vote.
Yeah, your babble.
Okay.
Supervisor Kersten makes a motion to approve item 9F, support with Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Berry. Clerk Berry, could you read it, please?
So just so that the motions are straight, because we did have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, and then Trustee Joseph did make a motion to call the question, supported by Trustee Anderson. So,
I'm sorry, I missed that.
that's okay. So
It's sort of like a motion to adjourn. It takes precedence over all the other things.
Berry, would you please call the roll?
So so in the order of the motions, what it would be appropriate is to, we need to call the roll on the motion by Trustee Joseph to call the question.
Aye.
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 Trustee Vosberg, Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten. Clerk Berry, aye.
There is a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 9F. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Nope.
Trustee Joseph. This is on the motion to approve the item. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. No.
I'm very, very confused because we voted to call the question.
Yes.
I wasn't called upon on agenda item F.
Yeah, you were.
We just
Just
called.
did
You
that.
just did.
That's why I clarified.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking with Trustee Anderson on the motion to call the question. So I'm a no for the minutes. I'm a no on agenda item F. Right.
Likewise.
It's kind of like turned into a circus because people are voting out of order. But I made the motion to call the question. Then Supervisor Kersten voted, kind of got a little bit screwed up here. So could,
Nobody did. We were all on the board.
no,
We
no,
got it.
I voted aye on the motion to call the question.
We
You
got it.
screamed aye out of order.
Yep, and then she called it again.
Did she?
Yes, she did. Need to pay attention.
We called the roll through for the call the question motion, and then we proceeded on to the motion to approve.
Item 9G, Clerk Berry.
Item 9G is to approve a recommendation by Public Services to award the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Phase 1 to the lowest responsible bidder, TR Piperzak Company, Inc., in the amount of $4,749,671 for a total project cost of $5,978,400.
Supervisor Kersten make a motion to approve. Is there any support?
Support.
Trustee Vosberg. Mitch, do you want to address this?
This is the Northeast Sanitary Sewer, which has been talked about a little bit tonight. Bids were received on May 24th. Piper's Act is a low bidder. We've had a pre-award meeting with them. They understand the project. They've worked in the township before, and we're recommending award to TR Piper's Act.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the board? Comments from the board?
None.
Comments from the public? Any comments from the public? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 9G. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Let's make sure what I'm voting on. Which one?
This is the motion to approve the recommendation by Public Services to award the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Phase 1.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Aye.
Item 9H.
Item 9H is the ratification of the 2023 through 2025 labor agreement with the Government Employees Labor Council, GELC Management Group, formerly AFSCME number 1917 Management Group, representing department heads, assistant department heads, and coordinators, tentatively ratified by the union on July 13th, 2023.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Director Duchesne.
The agenda summary speaks to the key elements. We had a number of other smaller issues that we cleaned up. We indexed some of the terminology along with our other settlements. The pattern follows the same that we have done in the previous 6 agreements. The wage adjustment, the longevity elimination, Juneteenth as the added holiday. We did have a change in the pension contribution. These employees will be increasing their personal contribution to the pension by 0.5%. So those are some of the key issues that were there. Happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Just curious, in the executive summary, there is a reference to the salary schedule. The parties realigned and restructured the salary schedule, eliminating redundancies and clarifying classification groups. I know it's late, and I don't need you to tell me, because we're going to go all around the block on what that means, because it means that nobody can figure out what that means. But what would be meaningful is if you included the salary schedule. So who went from what to what? So what position went from, say, a $60,000 to maybe a $70,000 or an $80,000 to $100,000? What does it mean when we mutually agree to realign and restructure? And I ask that because we have individuals, we have entire departments in the township that didn't exist when I started on this board. In particular, HR. You had an administrative assistant that was a part-time, and I believe she may now be, she has 2 staff beneath her. So it's gone from a nothing department to a department head, a director of some sort. These titles, I don't know what they mean. I just want to know what they cost. So is there a way that the board could be provided with the restructured, realigned, and the elimination of redundancies that you mentioned in the executive summary? And we could put that into dollars and cents. Do you have that list available? Could it be forwarded to the board?
I do not have that with me tonight. I work with finance to, when the contract is approved, we do the final update. They give a series of master schedules, so we have it down to the dollar for each employee. And I'll be happy to share that very large spreadsheet with the board. I do not have it with me tonight.
Would it surprise you to know that the finance director, because I asked her first before the board meeting, is unaware of what those changes are? And she doesn't have the sheet. She couldn't provide it to me. And I've known her for a decade. If it's there, she's going to give it to me. Always has. So it doesn't exist for her. I talked to the treasurer, who I think would also be interested in money, finance director, treasurer. She's unaware of the list. Can you recall off the top of your head how many employees have been restructured and moved into a higher pay grade or band?
That were changed in rank, yes.
Yes.
In grade and classification, yes, I can.
What do you estimate that number to be in terms of cost to the residents?
Well, the cost I have is the bulk for the group, because this is a collective bargaining agreement, so it's costed to the bottom. The finance director does a great job of preparing schedules, again, down to the penny, and that I can go and put estimates in, and then she finalizes them. So she wouldn't be able to tell you tonight all of those details, because we have to go in now person by person and place them in the step. But yes,
wouldn't
there were
that
4
require,
positions.
Wouldn't that require board approval, or do you just get to do that independently?
It's in the contract, it's collective bargaining, it's between the parties.
Why doesn't the contract in its entirety come to the board for review?
The entirety of all of the tentative agreements are available. We don't normally share those while we have other negotiations going on. If you'd like to go over them in closed session, that certainly can be arranged, or if you want to come into the office, I can give you all the
No, I don't want to come
schedule
into
there.
your office, I'll be honest with you. I don't want to come into your office. I just want a document that should be easily provided to the board, even if it's stamped privileged and confidential. I think it should be part of the decision-making process to know how much the salaries, and let's not forget one thing, Mr. Duchesne, and if I could just call the board's attention to APO 07218 and the very lucrative pay band adjustments that you summarize as being part of the collective bargaining agreement is also how your boss gets a pay raise. So everything that's negotiated with AFSCME Local 1917 with regard to pay impacts the full-time officials' salaries.
And the trustees.
The board in general.
Yes.
They are derived in the exact proportion according to that APO. So given the fact that bargaining unit AFSCME Local 1917 doesn't exist, I'm sorry? Oh, okay. It's APO 072018, Kathy. And it is item number 1, salary, elected officials. Part-time officials, same. Raises follow the percentage of increase each year of the AFSCME Local 1917 management group. So at a minimum, if they have the votes to pass this, you cannot take pay raises. The board cannot take pay raises based on this APO because this bargaining unit does no longer exist. So I will bring a motion. what I will do is I will bring a motion at the next board meeting to attach the pay scale for our board to the firefighters union, to the IAFF, that consistently gets screwed over. And so that's how you get your raises. You bargain with the people that do the heavy lifting, not the executive wing residents and the people who have been promoted to director levels that were once administrative support. So I think it's an embarrassment that you don't include the cost of all of your reconfigurations and your, whatever, the elimination of redundancies. I'd really like to see in 5 pages or less how you've minimized redundancies and jacked up the cost to the residents. I'd really like to see that number. I know why it's happened. These are the same individuals that are used to weaponize against residents and people we don't like, board members we don't like, and so forth. I realize why they get a great big pay raise, but it should be at least included. It's a slap in the face to not include it in the board in the deliberation process. So I would make a motion to postpone this agenda item until such time that the board has the documents associated with the cost of this contract, and I would ask for the same August date. And I would ask for support, sorry.
Support.
Have a motion by trustee Joseph, supported by trustee Anderson, to postpone item 9H to a future date of August 28th, was it?
22nd.
August 22nd. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
And this is on the motion to postpone, just for clarification.
That's correct.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
No.
Supervisor Kersten.
Nope.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Items postponed until August 22nd. Item 9I.
Item 9I is the ratification of a 2023 through 25 labor agreement with the Police Officers Labor Council, POLC, representing command officers, tentatively ratified by the union on May 23rd, 2023.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Support.
Supported by Clerk Berry. Director Duchesne.
My same general comments regarding the agenda followed the pattern of bargaining for public safety. It was unanimously ratified by the union. Considerable improvements, I believe, in the contract. Longevity eventually terminated for hires after January 1st on part of the union movement. Otherwise, I have the same ability to give you the listing of all these employees as the previous request, if that's of interest to the board. And there was some cleanup of language. I won't go into detail, but it was quite extensive in some areas, but it worked out and it was ratified. I recommend ratification to the board.
Comments from the board?
Just, Mr. Supervisor, if I may.
Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, this was a contract that was brought into closed session. Every detail of this contract was known to the board in closed session. In addition, Trustee Anderson and I had discussions with members of that unit, and there were no, this is dramatically different than the previous contract in that this was a closed session discussion with a full update on numbers, and there were no staffing changes and so forth. So this one, I think, is a much clearer and concise bargaining agreement, and there are no objections from me.
Any further comments? Comments from the public? Seeing no comments, I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 9I. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
I would like to make a motion to exceed the 10:30 time limit. There are only 2 items left, 3 items left.
Support.
Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Joseph. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9J.
Item 9J is to set a public hearing for the August 22nd, 2023 regular Township Board meeting at 7 p.m. to hear comments concerning the estimate of costs to provide police and fire protection as determined by the Township Board, and also on the distribution of the special assessment levy for said police and fire protection.
Do a motion to, Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve the, set the date for the public hearing.
Support.
Support Treasurer Elliott, Vosberg. I'm sorry. Comments from the public? Vicky?
I don't have much on
Ms.
this.
Bauer.
This is our, no, that's okay. This is our annual setting the public hearing for the public safety SAD that we do yearly.
Any comments from the board? Comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public, I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to set the public hearing date. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9K.
Item 9K is to approve the recommendation by the Finance Department for the July 2023 budget amendments.
Supervisor Kersten again will make a motion to approve,
Second.
supported by Clerk Berry. Director Bauer.
All right, Karen's going to put up the summary of the amendments. I'm just going to run through them really quickly. The first one is to increase the revenue. This is for the SAD that we had earlier in the agenda approved, so we're going to increase our estimated revenue by $4 million. The next one is for the trustees. I'm taking that one for an increased $3,000 because we purchased some new tablets that weren't originally in there. The next two is really just a realignment. We're taking $9,229 out of the supervisor's office and putting that same exact amount into the supervisor's management office. So the net effect is nothing on those. For highway, streets, and bridges, you'll see $25,000 for the Macomb County Drain Match Program. The next one, which is $4,230,000 approximately, I have a breakdown at the bottom. It's, the bulk of it is that North Bay Paving SAD, $4 million. So as you see the revenue on top increasing, you will also see the expenditure increasing for the same amount. Net would be nothing. The additional $230,000 is made up of a 2022 sidewalk gap program. So the way, finance works is, all municipals with budgeting, we budgeted in 2022 that sidewalk gap program. It carried over, the project carried over to 2023. You have to expense it in the year that the project was actually done. So where we budgeted in 2022, we did not use the money in 2022, but we need to increase the 2023 budget to accommodate that expenditure being done in 2023. We have $19,000 for the Stonehenge Retention Pond SAD. And then the last department is for the community center, $7,000 for building and grounds maintenance, and then the building lease for $49,000 when it was originally budgeted in 2022 when we were looking at things. We didn't have the full cost of that project or the payments. We do have that now. It is an agreement that we have. So that's just incorporates that total cost for the lease payments. And that is it. Is there any questions that I could answer? Or?
Thank you. Comments from the board?
Just a question, Mr. Supervisor. I didn't understand. You're taking $9,000 out of your office? $9,000, I'll ask Ms. Bauer. $9,000 comes out of the supervisor's office and goes where?
To the supervisor management office. So the supervisor's...
What is that?
That's a different department. So we have Department 171, which a little bit of that is the realignment of having the supervisor's management, Karen Garby. From that, she was accounted for in the supervisor's office area and is now being accounted for in Department 275. So you'll see that there's actually that line item for overtime. There is no need for overtime in the supervisor's office, so we are reducing the overtime, making it nothing for the updated budget, but moving that overtime into that 275 department.
Well, you're calling it a 275 department. You're talking about staff, so the supervisor doesn't get paid overtime. So the supervisor's budget, the supervisor's office has no overtime to begin with, right?
But originally, he had an assistant. So, I mean, if you look at the history, going back, many, many supervisors, we had the assistant within the supervisor's office.
Yes.
And so we'd have that person's salary and that person's overtime. We currently don't have a supervisor's assistant in the supervisor's office, therefore, we don't need the overtime in that.
Understood. How many employees in Department 171?
Currently, we have the supervisor, and then if we have any full-time employees, we have the supervisor.
I'm sorry?
Full-time employees, we have the supervisor.
The supervisor is the only full-time employee in Department 71?
171.
171?
Correct.
There are no other employees there?
Full-time employees, no.
Oh, we have part-time employees there.
Well, no, but if you have, I'm totally blanking on the
It's tough, I
co-ops.
get it.
Co-ops.
We have a
No.
co-op and an intern, part-time intern.
Yeah, if you have a co-op or an
We-
intern or something like that, that is a body that we do pay.
We
Not
pay
a-
the intern?
We pay them, yes.
We pay an intern?
Yes, we do.
And a co-op, what is that position?
That is a part-time employee.
So you have two part-time employees?
Yes,
And then we take two part-time employees and we move out the full-time into a different department. And then she takes, or that employee takes their overtime, longevity, and PTO into that new department?
that's correct.
Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Kind of like the county, kind of like your office.
No.
Oh, yeah, kind of mirrored.
I'm sorry, you're out of order.
No,
but
you're out of order.
I had the floor. I mean, why are you interrupting me? I was asking questions of the director. You're very immature. So
about
what I'm
immature.
trying to understand is we are growing the supervisor's office by two part-time employees, and we're reducing it by one FTE, and the one FTE goes into Department 275. And
We had a position, so there was an assistant in
Yes.
171.
Yeah.
And there was a person, a full-time person in the supervisor's management office.
Right.
That person has, left for a different opportunity at a different municipal.
Okay.
So there was two separate positions. Currently, as we sit today, the person that was the assistant in 171 got moved over, got the position of the supervisor management office. So there was two full-time bodies. If you go back, a year ago, there was two bodies. There's now one body in 275.
Okay, that helps. There's only one employee in Department 275.
We'll bring a board screen next time.
So, I'm sorry?
I said we'll put a board screen up next time.
No, it's just, I mean, you got a nice little shell game going. I'm just trying to crack the code, with the finance director. Can I please just have okay, thank you. How many employees in Department 275?
So the we have three bodies in 275. And you know what, actually something that's really helpful too, on the website, we have the budget book. In the budget book, we actually have by department, the number of employees, the number of historical employees within each department. And so.
Okay, I'll make some time, Vicki, I'm gonna come and show you about 18 revisions that you're not up to date with, or whoever puts that book together, because there are new faces here and money moves. Like, I'll sit down with you. I don't understand co-op, intern, management office budget. Supervisor has two offices. One is the supervisor's management office and one is the supervisor's office. And from what I'm hearing, you have 3 employees in the supervisor management office and 2 part-time employees in the supervisor's office. That being a part-time and an intern and a co-op, whatever that is. So 2 part-time employees in the supervisor's office, 3 employees in the supervisor's management office. Accurate?
That's accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Any further comments? Thomas for the public.
So we do budget amendments usually when appropriations aren't available to cover cost or agenda items. And I just don't understand, we used to have checks and balances where every agenda item that required an expenditure had a budgeted general ledger number to refer to understand where the funds were coming and what the balance was. And it seems like we don't do that anymore, and I don't understand where the checks and balances are and what the reason for not having a general ledger number for an appropriations. It doesn't properly track all the way back to the budget. If we had BS&A system fully operable, BS&A would be the budget, it would link the general ledger number to purchasing, and if the funds weren't there, it would be a no-go. I don't understand what we're doing right now, but one of the reasons why we're making budget amendments is because we don't track general ledger numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. On a budget amendment, we're adding more to the debt as a deficit. What Vicki was explaining, and like Mr. LaFata said, is that's Vicki's responsibility. I mean, there should be ledger numbers so the money trail could be followed, but you know, I understand this shell game that the supervisors plan. So it's intentionally done to cause confusion to the residents and to the board members so that they can't follow the money trail. And then as far as, you know, the supervisor's office and the supervisor's management office, that's, Dave, that's just a fancy title to give those employees, which Karen was his assistant, and I still believe that she is, an extraordinary amount of pay to justify doing that. So it's a shell game and it's a name thing in switching, and they just juggle the funds around and try to move the money around to cause confusion. But eventually, you know, it's all going to come back to what goes around comes around. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry to approve. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Treasurer Elliott.
Vicki, could I ask a couple of quick questions? What was the reference you made? You made a reference to the website. What was that for?
The budget book.
The budget book?
Yeah, we're really proud in the finance department of our award-winning budget book. In our budget book has a whole lot of detail. It has every department that we have in there. It has the number of people in there, and that ties to the budgeted amounts for each department.
Who prepares that?
No, it's a culmination of the entire finance team, supported by many other departments within, actually every department in the township puts effort and time into this.
But you give it the final approval, don't you? Before it gets distributed, you distribute it.
That's true.
Yeah. And so the other question that I wanted to ask you is, why do we make, from you, because why do we make budget amendments?
So, and let me just digress a little bit with it. We have done this procedure for many years. We have a mid-year amendment, we have a year-end amendment, and then if something comes up throughout the year that is large, we will take it to the board at that time when you're approving a purchase. These items here are looked at. Each department has an opportunity to review their budgets to see if they need an amendment, and then I also look through them and see if something else is in there. And I'm gonna take like an easy hanging fruit is in the trustees department, I'm the one that brought that to the board because we didn't have that in their supplies line item. They don't spend a lot of money every year. They spend about $1,000, so that's what we had budgeted, but we had just an increased expense, and I didn't want that increased expense to cause pressure in any of the other area of the trustees department. So I said, you know what, it's an easy mid-year amendment. I'm going to include that. That way we make sure we have enough money to support that department. But that's what we do with all of the budget amendments for mid-year.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry to approve item 9K. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Are you ready to move on?
Did you vote?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Clerk, yes, I voted first. Sorry, it's getting late.
Item
Vote is complete.
9L, I'm sorry. Just want to make sure you're clear.
Item 9L is to approve a request to adopt resolution number 2023-25, establishing application and annual renewal fees for marijuana establishments.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Clerk Berry with support. Trustee Vosberg, please.
Question. Just wanted to verify that it says the facility type, those are all that's terminology from the state statute? To
Bob,
anyone
you
who
wanna-
wants to
yeah.
answer that?
Yeah, what I did is, as you know, in a week, or less than a week, you're gonna be getting applications for marijuana establishment licenses. The ordinance that we adopted included each and every one of the marijuana establishments that's identified under the recreational statute. So the statute allows up to $5,000 per application, and for renewal to include the administrative enforcement costs associated with the approval of a license. I arbitrarily put $5,000 in every one except for the designated consumption, which is a modified, and I arbitrarily put $250. But every one that is in our ordinance is included in the resolution, and every one in our ordinance is permitted in the statute.
And the terminology is from that state statute?
It is verbatim.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Clerk Berry? Anyone?
I don't have anything else to add other than the fact that we've been working with Attorney Siebert's office, and we need this in order to begin accepting applications August 1st.
Thank you. Comments from the public?
Janice Young, Yorkshire. And looking at the different types of licenses that are out there, I didn't know that there would be 7 different types of facilities, but the fact that there could be a consumption establishment is horrifying to me. It's not like you can roll into a bar, have a beer, and leave an hour later and you're fine. I don't think smoking pot in public, how do you get home? How long are you high? I don't understand how we could even possibly even consider allowing a consumption establishment. And there's 2 in the state of Michigan, 1 in Kalkaska, and I believe 1 in Hazel Park, owned by the same company, and they have a lot of restrictions. They can't serve alcohol, you can't smoke cigarettes in there. So it's just simply go in there and get high. Maybe they have food, I don't know, but I don't think that that's actually good for Chesterfield at all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments? No further comments? Clerk Berry.
Just to clarify, that all of the license types that we have were part of a a citizen initiative. It was approved by the voters, so we don't have a choice on which licenses we allow. We simply have choices on where they go and how much we charge for them.
Mr. Supervisor, if I may.
Trustee Joseph.
Ms. Young, thanks for your comment. Just so you know, from a business model standpoint, there's not a lot of money in consumption lounges. I don't know, the two that you're speaking of, I don't know how they make money either. Like during the discussions during the cannabis committee and discussions of the various licenses, I think universally, I can't say every because I don't know every, but the overwhelming majority from a business model, you know, we're a capitalist society, so I'm not trying to say this in a bad way. If they could make money, there'd be consumption lounges, but there are such tight restrictions on, like, it's not like a bar. Correct me if I'm wrong, Clerk Berry, but they're not allowed to keep plying their customers with, like, you can't sell there. Like, there are customers that are supposedly arriving with their designated drivers and so forth. But if you think about it from a business model, what can I really do? The state has such tight restrictions on what can be sold, so you're going to create an environment for people to get high, and there's no, like how do you, in a bar, there's a band, and they're selling food, and they're selling drinks, and so you see how the capitalist model works in that environment. In a consumption lounge, doesn't really float, so I understand your concern. I just don't think it's likely we'll see any, but for the record, I will point out that, 7 months you started, and I appreciate you very much. You ask great questions. I don't know if you're a Democrat, Republican, I don't care. You're smart, and you put a lot of very thoughtful posts about trying to get people here. Prior to your 7-month attendance, there was a motion made to approve 5 sites around the township. The 4 people that voted for the monstrosity we have now voted it down. There were 5 sites, they were earmarked, and that's where everything had to go. Now, you'll get the Wild West. Planning department's probably already receiving, requests to rezone, and it'll be a mess for years to come with lawsuits and with the like. But at any rate, consumption lounges are not really something that you need to be overly concerned about. I just don't think it'll float here.
Any further questions? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 9L. Clerk Berry?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 10, there is an addendum. Item 10A. Clerk Berry?
Item 10A is to approve a request by the Anchor Bay Chamber of Commerce to approve a permit for fireworks other than consumer or low impact by the Michigan Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs, Bureau of Fire Services.
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Joseph? Clerk Berry? Comments from the board? Clerk Berry?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. The Clerk's Department put this item on. We received this late from the Anchor Bay Chamber of Commerce just due to a couple of, I guess, technical or clerical issues as to why they are getting this to us so late. But they have already raised the money for this fireworks display, and they have all the arrangements in place to have it be part of the events this weekend. And so they do need township board approval. It does not cost the township anything, and as far as I'm aware, there are no objections by our public safety department, and so it is on the board for your approval tonight.
Comments from the board? Comments from the public? Comments from the public? I have a motion by Trustee Joseph, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 10A. Clerk Berry?
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 11, public comments. There is a 5-minute time limit. The clock will begin when you speak.
Joe Kadich, I live on Sutton. I got a couple of things, if I remember. I was kind of disappointed in the audit that was presented beginning of, I mean, you had a big budget for 22 that I thought ended up in the red. Turns out there's money somewhere along here. And yet, there was no discussion as to, by department, how each department failed or fared. I'm particularly concerned about the water department, knowing what's coming up. Everybody I've talked to, particularly in the water department, said you're in for a big increase in your costs, which doesn't sound too good. But I was interested because over the years, the budget was always predicated and taken care of by monies that were included in the billing to the customers. There's so much included for labor, there's so much included for cost of water, sewer, and there's also money in there, it's called depreciation. About, I think the last year was about $2.75 million for replacement of lines. Now, in the last 7 years, there's only one time I knew of that lines were replaced. And that was on 23 Mile Road, one end of it. So even looking at that time period, if you use at least $2 million a year for lines that were never replaced, something tells me that there should be, what, $12 million more in the enterprise fund than there is? And I understand now you're going to come around and tell us we're going to have a cost increase to our water and that. I can understand the fact that you didn't charge the last 3 years increases you got from water and sewer in Macomb and Great Lakes Water, but that only amounts to $1.5 million. Where did the other $10.5 million go? And why aren't they showing up as surplus right now? The problem is, now nobody wants to admit it, that money's been used for other things. And that's, I thought this audit would show something like that, but they don't dive into that. They take your word that, okay, we spent it on what it was supposed to be. This audit did nothing to satisfy me as to how our money is being spent. And before you come around with the increase, I think you're better prepared to tell us what's going on and how that water department's supposed to operate and where that money went to. The other thing, probably incidental to this, about 2 weeks ago, I sent in a notice through the public, the way you can respond to you about the path that was put in Brandenburg Park. I walked that thing probably 3 or 4 days after it was put in, and it had rained, and it did a terrible job. The surface of that was terrible. They either didn't compress it enough or there wasn't enough media in it when they compressed it. And it's not going to last very long. It doesn't take much to look at that and go look at the existing path that's 20 years old, which is in far better shape than that is. Nobody responded as to who okayed that, who inspected it, and did anybody call that contractor back and say, fix this? Now, if you put something out there to submit questions to you guys, I would expect to have an answer within 2 weeks. And it's been over 2 weeks, and nobody said anything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Paul LaFata, 48055 Malin. Seems to be a financial disconnect in the water and sewer department. In 2016, Township paid AEW about $9,600 for a water and sewer rate study. I have copies of it still. In the commodity cost of water per 1,000 gallons and in the commodity cost of sewer per 1,000 gallons, there was a charge of $1 something in water and $1 something in sewer. If you took that and you multiplied it times the 1,000-gallon increments that the township sold, it would equal over $2.3 million every year, probably more since I calculated it. So that money's collected, it's in the appropriations cost, and as Mr. Kadish has stated, The money hasn't been spent for sewer or water replacement, but we charge the residents. So now we're looking at taking out a bond. Problem I have is, where did that money go? That money had to go based on some kind of operational inefficiencies. The township management owes the residents why that money's not there and why we have to take out a bond to fund sewers. It's not a game, it's not a shell game, it's actually money that was collected. That money is not accounted for. The money is accounted for, but it's not going to the purpose it should. It's going to either growth, outsourcing, mismanagement. It's going somewhere. Reallocation of costs, paying for facilities and operations, but it's real. Or AEW doesn't know what they're doing when they put the cost structure together. Why are we still using them for our projects? But we have big problems, big financial problems. Borrowing money in bonds isn't going to fix the problem. The other thing is grants. One-time influx of cash doesn't fix the problem, doesn't fix the management problem. All it does is it just pushes it down the road for the next generation. But it's going to catch up because those grants aren't always there. Township has a problem, doesn't want to address it. Refused to have a committee, refused to have audits, but the township's got a financial problem. You look at the budget and they put half a man in engineering, or 30% of a man in engineering and 70% in water and sewer. And then you go and they have the director of facilities and operations that's got a whole hell of a lot of stuff that he needs to fix, and he's 30% in Parks and Rec. So how do we get the money out of the general fund, which we say is doing great, and we should have the money to pay for what we want to bond, but at the same time we're pushing cost into other departments where it doesn't belong? You guys should be ashamed of yourself. And Trustee DeMink, I'm surprised. The last time we had an approval for fireworks, you were adamant, fireworks, nowhere in the township. It affects my dog. Now all of a sudden, you're all in for fireworks. I don't understand it. It's probably your same understanding for, finances. You might be a great policeman and understand why Supervisor Kersten fired somebody for drugs, but you have no knowledge of finances. Believe me, you can't track numbers, can't analyze them, and don't know where it goes. It's simple. And I'll put my resume next to yours any day if you want to have a sit-to, because half the board up there is approving costs, and they don't even investigate it before they come to the table and have to ask a lot of questions. Why? I did more research on that bond than I think any of the members that voted yes on it. How much the interest is going to cost, how much department, what the annual payments were, how it was going to increase the deficit if you couldn't find the revenues for it, because the revenues aren't increasing as fast as you think. So you're putting this township in a financial gridlock, and sorry for the person that has to follow up and try and fix it, because I know what it's like to.
Thank you, sir. Time's up. Yep.
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. Mr. LaFata, in my opinion, was one of the best treasurers that Chesterfield Township ever had. And it was a great loss to the residents when he was beat by 300 and some votes in the primary. But this was one individual that definitely looked after the taxpayers' money and made sure that if there was any waste, he pointed it out at the board and called the board members off. He's got what, in Italian, what we say, kahunas. He's got the guts to do it. So, but if anything tonight, if we've seen or learned anything tonight, you know, Supervisor Kersten, you know, you're 2 years into this. You still don't even know the proper procedures on the board. You still have to go to council for it. It's shameful. You think by now you would have learned at least, you know, how to run the board meeting, but again, I don't know how this board voted for a $14,100,000 bond when the attorney here said, we don't even know what the interest rate's gonna be on that bond. That's ludicrous. Would you buy a house not knowing what your mortgage rate was gonna be? Would you buy a car not knowing what your interest rate's gonna be? I don't think any of yous would. But yet when it comes down to the township and the residents' money, you're okay with bonding $14 million of our money and $5 million of it for his west wing. I mean, does he really need a west wing? You know, that's exactly what he wants. I mean, look at the plans, look at the architecture. Look at what he wants to do to this building. The heating and cooling, Mr. LaFata had a solution to it. It was fixable, but nobody would listen. Nobody wanted to follow through because everybody has their own agenda. Yeah, Kathy Elliott, your office is leaking water. It was leaking water when Paul LaFata was in there. It's a simple fix on the roof. So it takes initiative and somebody in facilities and operations that knows what they're doing to repair it. But Supervisor Kersten, I told you this before, and I'm going to tell you again, this is what happens when you put people in the wrong positions. So instead of trying to promote your friends or friends of friends and giving them positions that they're not qualified for, this is what happens. It's a logistical nightmare in this township on all levels, including this board. And I think if the residents have learned or seen anything tonight, that's starting from you, Supervisor Kersten, to Kathy Elliott, to Kathy Vosberg, and Trustee Deming, that whole my right side of the board needs to go and needs to be completely replaced with individuals that are competent in leading the future of this township, not this reckless behavior that continues every 2 weeks in this boardroom. Not only do we have an issue with you wanting the West Wing, this Bass and Master tournament that's going to go on this weekend, the amount of money that you have spent for this tournament that's going to go on this weekend, and it's all about, you know, getting your picture in the paper, maybe possibly being on ESPN, but how does it benefit the majority of the residents? The county wanted it. Where's the county coming in and putting the money in for this? Why are the Chesterfield Township residents flipping the bill? Just public safety alone for those 3 days is going to be enormous. Where are we going to get the funds? Trustee Joseph asked you the amount of money that our township employees that are constantly there every day. He asked you on how much money is being spent. You've never even responded to that. Why are we pouring that much money into a tournament? So a bass tournament, a fishing thing, for what? How does it benefit the majority of the residents? And why do you do everything that the county tells you? So, I mean, you work for us. You still haven't gotten that. You don't work for the county. You don't work for Candace Miller. You don't work for Mark Hackle. You don't work for anyone else but the residents of Chesterfield. I know that, you know, the long game, I know what your long game is. You want to replace Sheriff Wickersham and be the Macomb County. So I get it, but you know what? So, and you definitely have no interest in, you know, taking care of the residents of Chesterfield Township. So, and then the other thing is, you should have fired Steve Duchesne a long time ago. I don't even know why he's still around here. So that
Good luck with that. and then there were 6. I don't know what I want to say now. So, a lot of you look very bored and disinterested up there listening to the public comments or when you're listening to your other fellow board members. Take note, though, you decided to be up there. You chose to be in that position. So, maybe focus a little more on what everyone is saying. That's one of the downsides to being a part of elected government is you have to listen to everyone else if you want people to listen to you. Oftentimes, especially after December, when I kind of left being here for a few months because I felt a little jilted in the December meetings, feeling as if I was the cause of problems coming to these things, and the fact that I was never being listened to, I was always being kind of treated as just some dumb kid that doesn't know anything in regards to government or politics or how the township operates. And it's kind of how a lot of people do feel all the time, and I did feel that way. It wasn't until a few weeks ago when I attended an event by a presidential candidate, and afterwards I had actually ended up talking with that person, and they told me, not in the sense of just the stereotypical political, oh, thank you so much for coming. Actually, were very genuine and reached out to me and said, I'm so glad that you actually came to this event because you asked good questions and you were very poignant, and I'm going to take what you said to heart. And it could just be politics as usual, I don't know, but that really feels like someone actually listened. And the fact that a presidential candidate was willing to do that, but oftentimes I don't have my own local government is not even being interactive to the problems I try to address, really says a clear disconnect. This morning, I made a former congressman trying to establish a third-party presence in the presidential politics stammer and was unable to answer simple questions. What does that say? Is there a disconnect now between this government here in this township and the residents so much that you refuse to listen to the... Yes, you can call us cranks, the people who are regular people who come up to this mic and complain. But you know what? You never properly address each concern. With the exceptions of Mr. Joseph and Mr. Anderson, I do take note of that. Mr. Joseph, you are always constantly trying to address each person's individual aspects. But oftentimes it does feel like everything up on this podium is ignored time and time again. This is the only interaction in a public channel for the residents to properly communicate with their government. And it really is something to take note of that. There is no, there kind of is in the county, but it's not so much. It's very limited. And then there is not really any interaction for the state government or federal government. That's why we have elected representatives for that. This is our only aspect as public citizens to act in accordance with our constitutional rights within participation in government. And it's constantly ignored by those in elected office here at the local level. It's really shameful and disgusting, to be honest. Aside from that, when we're talking about the amounts of money being spent, it's frustrating because it's stuff a lot of us can't even comprehend, and yet I'm just always wondering, where do you get the money for all of this? I'm trying to figure out how we are addressing proper taxation, fees, any other types of revenue resources, because it feels like we are spending every single week more and more and more. And I don't know how the math adds up. Maybe I'm not smart enough, but I just don't get it. Please lecture us properly on that matter. And on a lighter note, with so much talk about the West Wing, can we switch from the Gilligan characters to the West Wing characters? We got Toby, CJ, Josh, Sam. Who's President Bartlett? It's like. For all that, though, I wish everyone a good night and take care.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments?
I wasn't really planning on speaking tonight, and here I am up here again. But I'm going to kick a dead horse on the $14.5 million bonds. I cannot believe that you actually all voted for that. The parking lot, it seems like everybody seems to be in agreement that we have the money to pay for it, but we're rolling it into these bonds. But yet, Treasurer Elliott, you questioned the budget for the building here to be renovated, and Kersten, you said that, you know, the estimates came in higher than that, and we're settling at $5 million. So to me, it seems like maybe you're just going to try and like shuffle around some money in there and pay for these extra building things, maybe with the general fund. You could be paying for the parking lots out of that, but you're not. You're putting those into the bond, but yet you already know the bond money is probably not really enough to do the building. So I'm really concerned. I will be following that and seeing where that actually ends up in there. Talking about heaters and fans for people, opening windows. I worked in a brand new building, and there were people with fans and heaters everywhere. I work in a small office now, and between the two of us, one of us running a fan, one's running a heater. You are never going to make people comfortable with that. So spending extra money for that, I'm not sure that that's really an excuse to do that. Another note on Facebook, I cannot wait for this bash show to be over. I don't follow a lot of things on Facebook anymore. I try to keep it to mostly community things, my neighbors, my residents, and a few family and friends. I'm just really sick of seeing the bass show being promoted, and I don't see a whole lot of people actually following those posts. So I'll be glad when that's over. And Supervisor Kersten, I would really hope that you would start to share things that are more meaningful to the residents. I know the feel-good things are fun, and you want to encourage people to do things, but there's more important things that people really need to be paying attention to. And on that note, on my Facebook posts, I really try to encourage people to attend these meetings, and I just see the same comments over and over again, that people are discouraged with the board. They don't think there's any reason to come here because you don't listen. And to me, it appears that way, that you don't listen. Some of you don't. And I really want to know, how many residents will it take to show up here to get them to make a difference? Tell me the number. I'll get them. Whatever it's going to take to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments? Bring it back up to the board. Trustee Anderson.
Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is that item F vote on the bond issue. There was a moment of chaos. Mr. Joseph had a motion to postpone for a week. There was discussion about that. I second that. I understood, I heard a lot of chaos, kind of a loss, I would feel a loss of control during that time, and I heard the clerk say something about item F, which I did vote no. Then there was discussion to try to clarify with the motions floating around, and somebody said something about Mr. Joseph's motion, which I voted yes, and now I'm being told I voted in favor of that $14 million thing. Shallow victory, or maybe it's a big victory if that's the way it stands. I will see what I can do to undo that, because that is not my heart, my spirit, and anyone that is happy about that, well, and maybe that's why I'll start right now. I'll address expenditures as they appeared on the Board of Trustee meeting agendas between March 14th and July 11th of this year, not including tonight. Whether they were approved or not, critical or debatable or not, is not germane to this exercise. Again, whether they were approved or not, critical or not, delayable or not, is not germane to this exercise. The expenditures are as follows. March 14th, again, I'm not being judgmental. Phase 1, Chesterfield Interceptor, $493,000, $606.51. East Jordan, ETNA, Ferguson, they were for the 2023 water meters, $200,000. Security buttons, $6,860. HVAC, AC at Brandenburg Park, $19,000. 2 weeks later, the Pathway Service, $116,000, $332.95. April 11th, I thought it was the first, it should have been. Spalding Detector Sidewalk Replacement, $323,050. Landscaping, 23 mile and I-94 corridor, $17,000. May 23rd, 2023, Water Sewer Study, $24,000. Brandenburg Park Pathway, $85,195.20. Bobcat, the great Bobcat, $80,813.29. Brings memories of the $12,000 lawnmower that was so necessary for Pollard Park 2 weeks before we contracted out the grass cutting there, and that machine's been seen a few other places. May 29th, 2023, the 30 wireless access points for $20,354.64. Might have been a little off on that one, though, right, folks? Macomb County Drain Maintenance Position, $25,000. June 27th, 2023, Michigan Township Association, $8,528. Northeast Sanitary Sewer. That one is $5,978,400. The vote failed, but I expect we'll see it back, or maybe it is. International Construction, $65,000. July 11th, Public Safety Wireless Radios, $6,206. Shared cost with Casco for the light at 26 Mile Road. Here's the deal, $58.29. Again, I'm not talking about the merit and whether they passed or not, but just for 7 meetings, this board entertained what appeared on the agenda was $7,469,398.35 for 7 meetings. Final thing I want to talk on or mention, appreciate everybody being this late. Start wearing your Dr. Dentons to the meetings. In May 9th, Mr. Joseph, his work took him out of the States, who is not here. So there was only 6 members on the board, and I'm sorry, correction. It's 21 September of last year, 21 September 2022. There was an agenda item, approve the recommendation by Supervisor Kersten to approve the both Bassmaster host agreement. Recommended action, approve the recommendation by Supervisor Kersten to approve the Bassmaster host agreement. Financial or resource considerations, the Detroit Sports Commission is covering the host fee. Does this agenda require expenditure of funds? No. Are funds budgeted? No. Are staff required? Yes. The board voted 6-0 on that. Thank you. To approve it.
Trustee Joseph.
I'll start my comments where Trustee Anderson left off. Agenda item F, I think it's imperative. There was a lot of chaos. Saw a lot of residents just get up and leave laughing at the circus. When a motion is made, the chair should recognize the motion maker. Then there's a second. Then you have discussion. We've learned through this process that when some members of the board are tired of listening to the public, they can make a motion to adjourn, and there is no discussion on that. That the supervisor seems very sure on. I made a motion to call the question, and there was immediate, because he controls the mic, no, I'm going to address some of the things that, well, you're out of order, sir, and the motion was properly submitted and supported. Trustee Anderson asked me a question because the supervisor was, yelling, and it was kind of confusing. There is no reasonable doubt that Trustee Anderson and I were a no on the capital improvement bond, and I would like the minutes to reflect that we were no votes on that. There's no reason to play games on, gotcha, oh, you supported it, because we clearly didn't, and I would like the minutes to reflect that. And I apologize, I really did get very confused in terms of, what was on the table for vote. And part of that is, Mr. Supervisor, again, it's not an attack. You have to do a better job of controlling your temperament when you're controlling the meeting. You can't exploit your position with the microphone and the ability to turn off microphones to just insert rules when the rules don't support your behavior. The motion twice tonight to postpone, you tried to talk over that, and your obligation as the chair of the meeting is to maintain order. It's difficult to do that when you get your spurs jingling and jangling the way that you do. The comments about the money being spent, There's tremendous amount of money being spent, only when there's a full board. When somebody's on vacation, we get a motion for, you know, a proclamation supporting National Corny Dog Week, and then the meeting's over. When they have 4 votes, 15 million's a breeze. Breeze. Couldn't even slow down enough to take a look at the architectural designs. And I'm disappointed because the supervisors comes from the PD. That parking lot was a mess, you know, made jokes about the open house and the girl falling in, but the other serious issue is that literally the dispatchers have rain. Nothing in the 14 million was a priority enough. I don't know. That to me, from a guy that ran that department, knows the tremendous hardship that's created when you have literally dispatchers covering their equipment with garbage bags. It's not hyperbole. And no concern about that, none. And the rush, I'm telling you, honest to God, you can call me a liar if you want. The stumbling on the $6 million that were approved in bond capital improvements by the previous board in 2015 was like a windfall. And I remember the conversation, and I said, please, it's tantamount to finding a $6 million credit card, but make the expenditures fit, not the other way around. Don't look at it as, and unfortunately, you know, I'll save it for another time. I never would have supported your ascension to this chair had I known the ambition that you had. And it's terribly disappointing to watch the way that you, you know, take calls from people that you think can advance you, and you've abandoned the people that supported you. It is terribly disappointing, but I mean, I'm not going to cry about it, but the reality is we've got some real problems, and there should be room for debate. There should be room for discussion. And I'm glad that, you know, we're getting more residents that come out. And I don't care what your political party is. If you're smart and you pledge to research these issues, like, you got to run, and you got to get people to come to meetings, and you got to consider taking a more active role. Guy in the audience tonight, brilliant guy. He's not going to leave his full-time career to take one of these positions. He knows what he wants to be when he grows up. He's doing it. He's got room for part-time work, and I hope you consider this board. And I'm glad to see you here because there's some other areas that I'm not proficient in that are terribly troubling to me, and that is the employees in this building. The pitting one bargaining unit against another unit. Even within a bargaining unit, they pit different ranks against lower ranks and play a numbers game. We have employees here that they do his work, and they're rewarded in a proportional way outside the people that do all the heavy lifting here. And when I talk to them, and some of them are literally in tears, and I bring it to the board and I say, the morale here is like, really, it's disappointing. And these are the people that do all the lifting. And the supervisor's response, you go back and listen to it. He said, nobody can define morale. It's one of those monsters that nobody can provide. And if somebody doesn't want to be here, I see it as an opportunity to bring somebody else in. And you've seen it in these contract negotiations. There's no way in the world that you could take a department heads, assistant department heads, coordinators. You can't imagine how many director level positions we have, and you addressed one of them tonight, Mr. Speaker, and I want to tell you you're wrong, and I disagree with you vehemently when you brought up Ms. Garby. I can show you the emails if you'd like. I suggested to Mr. Kersten that he make Ms. Garby his deputy. She's more knowledgeable, she's more even-keeled, she's professional, she responds to emails, she's smart, and she doesn't play politics. It doesn't matter who on this board contacts her by email or her cell phone. She's responsive, and she's always been that way to every board member that I know. So I don't know what they pay her. I really don't. She's worth more, and she could do a hell of a lot better job in terms of dealing with employee relationships than what we have right now. There's a real punishing aspect to our HR director. We don't treat human resources like our #1 resource. And you don't have to take my word for it. Take the supervisor's word for it. Everybody that's in the negotiating room, whether it's police, fire, Treasurer LaFata, you heard it a million times. This guy's out. Cancer. Terrible. He serves a vital role. He plays fixer and hatchet man. And that's good for an ineffective leader, for a weak leader, somebody that doesn't know how to manage people outside of giving them more money or being punishing. You saw that in Officer Baker's dilemma. Ms. Young, I hope that the Bass Master Tournament is good and that we get a tremendous turnout. And I hope the residents show up and enjoy that festival and the bands and, you know, all of the festivities, because they paid a tremendous sum for it. They paid an incredible sum for it. Trustee Anderson talked about the paths that went in, and Mr. Kadich talked about what he believes is poor craftsmanship. Part of that is there was an expedited bid process. I think that all of the bidding vendors couldn't accommodate an expedited timeline. See, this path had to be in before they started pulling, you know, the professionals started pulling fish out of the lake. We also got a presentation on the floating docks. Remember the great bargain that we stumbled on, the floating docks? There were going to be 3 locations. Do you see any over at the Weber Paddle Park or the Salt River? No. No, they're all there for the bass tournament. When we were told that it wouldn't cost the township a nickel, I don't know where Mr. Speaker gets his information, but I think he's onto something, because I sent an email to Treasurer Elliott several weeks ago. She was on the committee, and she was kind enough to respond back. You can have my spot if you want. I have some of the same concerns. I don't know if you ever got an answer, but there will be firefighters on forced overtime. I mean, they will be out there manning the mobile command center. They will be providing first aid for all 4 days of the event, which starts on Thursday. You'll have police protection. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an overtime budget conservatively between $50,000 and $75,000. That is not hyperbole, and that is not exaggeration. And there's been no checks and balances on that. We're just gonna, right? And then I understand also too, we have a number of vendors out there. So you're renting ice machines and generators and tents and I don't know what else. Where will that come up? Does the county pay for that? Do the Bassmasters pay for that? Is that part of, you know, the contract, or do you just continue to approve these expenditures without any input from the board? Will we ever get a total dollar amount on what it costs to host, well, to host the county? Who's hosting the Bassmasters? Your handlers gave you a directive. You're doing a great job. I hope they reciprocate in some type of elevation of your position in life and your standing and your political, you know, I really hope it pans out for you. And in the meantime, I hope the residents go out and take advantage of that event. I hope it's a good event. I really do. Where the money is, Mr. LaFata, the enterprise fund has been a shell game forever. When you hire a guy to do facilities and operations, and the number one priority is heat exchangers. Remember, we had heat exchangers that were pumping potentially deadly gas into the township. We had a F&O emergency, and that person was brought on to not only assess this building's HVAC system, but also all of the buildings within the township portfolio. That individual immediately began designing shoreline projects. He had a GoPro helmet on, and he was, you know, giving presentations about everything but facilities and operations, in my opinion. But he served, and the supervisor at the time called them one-pagers. He had a wish list of all of these one-pager events or projects that the facilities and operations guy, so we could get more bang out of our buck by doing it in-house. So all of the in-house stuff that Department of Public Works and now Department of Public Services, they're so commingled now, you can't separate them. But I can tell you where it's coming from. It's coming from your enterprise fund. So if you have a guy in DPW, it's DPW or DPS or you don't know what, and he can't cut grass to maintain the property that you own without hiring an outside vendor, you're paying for the vendor and you're paying for whatever that person who used to cut the grass out of the enterprise fund. And the commingling of the enterprise fund monies with Public Works has been really, troubling. You can't account for that, even though we spent 6 figures on BS&A software to divide out the projects. Those people that do that are part of the AFSCME 1917, and I watched one of those who was probably the biggest beneficiary of it curse out an elected official in the lobby in my presence, and I demanded that the HR director do something about, and I watched it again when Mike Wharton was talking about tonight. I know that you guys aren't all that interested. He was referencing a meeting not too many months ago where I watched our deputy director, our deputy supervisor, bull rush from that corner to that corner, a very highly accomplished businessman, and he was within inches of his face. And that man came back and told Trustee Anderson and I that he was threatened with physical violence. I don't know what was said because we can't hear. But I watched the temperament, and I watched it, and that's permitted because he's aligned with the supervisor. Supervisor weaponizes these departments, and these people do these kinds of things, and they get away with it while the people that do the heavy lifting get kind of shuffled off to the side. Ms. Young, I hope you take more of an active role, and I hope you do recruit people and bring them here, because you said, what's it going to take to listen? I can tell you, it happens, and you've seen it, when there's an agenda item that impacts a large pocket of people, they come to the meeting, and we actually have productive meetings, because sunshine and more people at the meetings is what, as I said it before, it's like kryptonite to these people. When people come and watch what happens, they act a little different. We get better government, but it takes people getting involved, and the apathy is what is really the biggest problem right now. It's the apathy. I wanted to close with a couple quick things. Trustee DeMink left the meeting, and I don't know if anybody heard him on his way out. He said, I have to go. I have a procedure in the morning. And I can tell you that I've been on this board with Trustee DeMink for over 10 years. There's nothing that he can say to me or I to him that replaces a general care for one another. I could call him tomorrow. He stopped me on my way into the board meeting, and I think one of his comments a few weeks ago was like, Joseph, I don't know how you sleep at night. Okay. Boxers and a fan. That's how I do it, but the point is, we don't hold grudges. I could call him tomorrow on any one of these issues because he stopped me on the way in on something, and that's just how we go. It's how it should go. I don't know why I don't have that with my friend for 10 years. You don't get to challenge him. The guy that was probably most helpful to him as the police chief he makes jokes now. He clowns on you. It's just how he is. It's his character. It's not our fault. This is who he is. It's okay. The last thing I'll say is the firefighters. Tremendous work went on when we made a public safety team. And the public safety team was made because the firefighters, there was a union, a joining between two crafts, the firemen and the policemen, and there was worry about, will firefighter be diminished? Will police work be diminished? No. And we gave assurances to them, but what was interesting about that merger was the fire department came with a giant fund balance, and they saved the police department. And I wasn't particularly favored nation status with the firemen at that time, and I said to them, from now on, forever, as long as I'm on the board, I'll make it known, and I'll keep repeating it, that the fire department saved the police department. Everybody knows that, who was around during that. Fire department has 20 firefighters. I met with Hank Anderson, and I met with some of the firefighters last night. They said, listen, we don't regret supporting the fire department. We don't regret the merger and the one Chesterfield. But one of the dividing points was their desire to have ambulances, and we didn't support that. And so we didn't let it get in our way of the greater good, which was the one Chesterfield model of first responders, and we found a compromise. And the compromise was we were going to focus on our energy on making sure that the firefighters had specialty training, that we have firefighters who are the finest, trench rescue, water rescue, hazardous material certified, you name it. And we spent money on that. They come to the negotiating table, and our township labor attorney makes some comment about, why are you guys even think about asking for this money? You don't even do EMS, as if they're not, real firemen. We treat them like absolute garbage. It's the only contract not ratified. And we stick it in the eye of the people who really came forward for us. And again, these aren't people that supported me forever. They were pretty angry with me. Some of them still are. But what's right is right. When you shake hands and you make a deal and you say, you saved the police department, then you come back and you get your deputy so disrespectful. You awake there, Mr. Supervisor? You awake? I know I'm boring you, and I'm sorry, just like the residents, but when you see the way that we treat the firefighters, he doesn't care. He's sleeping. He doesn't care. And it makes the point. It makes the point. It's why the people around here that do the heavy lifting feel so disenfranchised from the place that they give their heart and soul to. And that West Wing, executive wing, it's not a joke. That's a space that he's created for all of the people that are loyal to him. That's their resource. They'll be compensated for that. And I don't know why my friends on this side allow this to continue, because you know these employees. You see this going on. But at any rate, I said too much, and I know the supervisor's got to get some hot cocoa and get to sleep. So I'm going to wrap up and hope to see everybody at the Bassmaster Tournament. And on Monday, we won't have to worry about the Facebook inundation. But tonight, we'll worry about his employees that have fake profiles that talk about Trustee Anderson and I, but Monday, no more bass talk. Just get out there and enjoy the fireworks. Thank you.
Trustee Fosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I think an apology to some of our employees is in order. I voted to postpone acting on one of the contracts tonight, and that will mean that they will not be able to, when it does get approved, they do not get retro pay. And I'm sorry, I was not aware of that at the time. So need to apologize to them, and I'm not going to say anything else.
Treasurer Elliott?
On the labor agreement, that particular one, that is correct. The finance director has restated several times that in that contract they don't get retroactive pay, and so it was very, very important to them that they were looking forward to this getting passed tonight. So very disappointed about that. The level of problems with this particular building are much more than anything that was described here. There's walls and areas that are deteriorating. The windows, you can actually stand in front of them, and when the wind's coming through, and the wind comes through. Currently, we have on several of the windows in the finance department and the treasurer's department the plastic that you use a blow dryer to seal. That's how you're keeping bugs out, because the seals are broken, the roof and things like that. And I don't think that anybody here on this board, everybody on this board knows that, as well as the furniture ripping, clothes falling apart, things like that. There's been an infrastructure in this township was neglected for a long time. There was literally nothing spent during a period of time, and you can see that in the budget book that Director Bauer referred to. You can take a look at the budget book, and I would suggest, as she said, to take a look at that historically, and that there was no activity. And unfortunately, as you know, if you have a home and you neglect your home, or you neglect a project in the home, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And that's what we see a lot with the infrastructure here at the township. So trying to look at that and say, okay, which bucket and how prioritization, I know that word was used this evening, in saying which of these projects has to be done and how do we do that and which bucket does that financially come out of. And these are the things that are, we talk and try to figure out what is the best way to approach this, get the best value for the residents. And I am a numbers person, and it is very important, and I understand, I do agree with Mr. LaFata when he refers to the amount of interest. I'm not comfortable with that, but I also understand there's a time and a place where you pay some in cash, you leave some in savings for an emergency, and then you have to finance some. So that's pretty much, as he knows, common business knowledge. And so there are things that we will have to address and pay in cash, as Clerk Berry has discussed. We're going to have to finance the elections and things like that. We don't have those numbers now, but those will not be bonded, obviously, because we didn't vote or include that in tonight's bond. If there is ever a question from any resident that is here or one that watches, feel free to contact me here at the office at any time. Thank you.
Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I will keep it really short. I think everyone will be very happy to know that I have a foolproof plan to bring this board back together, to bring us in total agreement with all of our residents, and to help reestablish our sense of community. And I can sum it up for you in 2 words: fruit market. So, right? It's my campaign promise to you. We're going to work on a fruit market. No, but really, I think we need to lighten everything up a little bit. It's been pretty ugly. Just to kind of keep in with all that, I'm glad everybody agrees. It's a good Facebook post, by the way. Fruit market, 2 words. The next board meeting, I hope all of you will be here, and I invite everyone to attend. I am privileged enough to be at the next board meeting, which is my 50th birthday. Yes, a lady never tells her age, but when you get so old, you figured, what the hell? So we will have snacks and goodies for everybody. We're kind of maybe bend the township rules a little bit on having them in the board meeting room, and so we'll be happy to have you all here to not only participate in your local government but also celebrate with us. I know I will be celebrating regardless of what happens here on the board. Thank you everyone for staying so late, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Honestly, all the personal attacks, bring them on. They're ridiculous. And the comments of whatever my political future is, at even sheriff, please disregard them. I don't know where you're getting them from. I have one job, and that's township supervisor, and I have absolutely no plans of going anywhere else. So please, I didn't interrupt you. You know, Trustee Joseph, yes, we were friends, and I spent a lot of time with, had a lot of faith in you. And as I told everybody, had a lot of respect for you. I think you're brilliant when it comes to politics for years. I thought you had the pulse of everybody. The problem is you're just mean. You're just mean, and you attack people and make it personal. There is nothing in this job that I take as a personal project. The West Wing, the executive wing, that's not for me. That's for the residents of the township. That's to create an environment where the residents can come in and they clearly understand where they need to go within this building. And along with that, provide some expertise, some meeting rooms, and some opportunities. The curveball that was thrown in the renovation plan is exactly what Clerk Berry said, is the elections. And the proposal that we're now faced with. Those are real issues. My office got very little to do with it in the West Wing, but you attack and you get mean and you want to make it personal. It's not personal. Gilligan, all of those things that you go down, they serve nothing. They really serve nothing at all. And it destroyed our friendship. It did. And I don't know why. I wasn't gonna be a patsy to you when I came in here, and I wasn't gonna be a patsy to Supervisor Accavetti, and I made that very clear. I was gonna do my own thing. I don't answer to anybody at the county. I do believe in relationships. I believe in relationships with the county because we are a small community. And those relationships with local politicians, state and federal, mean something. And we get a return out of it. That's my only goal, is to serve this. It's not personal. I have never said a bad word about you. In all the emails and texts and conversations that you've sent me privately, and the names that you have called me, and the positions that you have put me in, I would never do that to you. Never. Out of respect of who you are and what you do. But what you've done in the last 10 months here to me personally, I don't even want to speak about. And that's why I just choose, listen, I don't answer your texts anymore, I don't answer your emails, because there's nothing there that benefits the township. And even if I sit here and I don't get elected again, the township's my ultimate goal. You've tried to twist that public safety department and that group against me for whatever reason serves your goal. You just got done saying it. You just said that I don't care about dispatchers getting their computers wet or them working in a bad environment. You know better than anybody that the architects have been working over there for the last 6 months to try and come up with a renovation. You know, and you know it full well, that that's why we're bonding these other projects so we can have renovation money for that building. There's a developer, we want to twist the building. We want it to face Marketplace. There's a developer that doesn't want to give us a roadway. I think that roadway is valuable. I think it's important that we wait until that driveway is secured from that developer. And I try and have conversations with him about it. We've met with him. The fire station, we're already working on a plan to build a fire station. All of those conversations you're very well aware of, but you like driving a stake between it, and I don't understand why. There's no division. You say one Chesterfield, but one Chesterfield's just you and what you want. And as Clerk Berry said, it's about all of us, whether it be a fruit market or a public safety operation, or whether it be this building, or whether it be the employee's desk. The employee furniture here came from Macomb County 20 years ago when their building burned. It is what... I'm not obsessed with you. I'm retorting to what you said. You were very specific, so I'm trying to be very specific to you. We spent years coming up, years that I have been here, we've spent years sitting down with professional people to come up with a plan that serves this township and its goals for the coming year. Not Brad Kersten's goals, not my agenda, but the community goals. Every employee here.
I think that's great.
Good, and I appreciate that support then.
You got it.
There's no reason for this conflict, and it continues to grow, and it comes from you. And I don't know why.
Very sorry for your feelings.
No, you didn't. No, I said you didn't. There's no feelings here for me. It's about serving the community and serving this township and doing what's right.
You're doing great.
That's why Mr. McGowan was here. That's why our bonding council was available. We've met with them for over the past year to try and create plans and come with a proposal to this. There was no scripting this agenda. You think that it's some nefarious act of scripting the agenda for tonight. It wasn't. It was logically thought of how we could explain it, not only to the residents, but to the elected officials. If you want to dismiss yourself, you can. I don't want to hold you here. You got a Tiger game or a jacuzzi or a cigar.
I'm riveted. So I want you to
I've
go
been
for a
with
couple
yours,
more
and I
hours.
gave you the respect, so I'm hoping you give me.
By sleeping.
I didn't sleep. I heard every word you said. I told this board when I came in here that I was not going to sit in my seat and let these buildings fall down, and I'm not. It's not what's going to happen. Every plan that I have is going to will be presented to the board, which the architects came in here. Fire station was the same proposal. Police station's the same proposal. Those projects are still in line. They will come back to the board. You guys, and I say you, Trustee Joseph, you've done this to Supervisor Accavetti, you did it to Supervisor Lovelock, for whatever reason, and now you've turned on me. And again, whatever that is, it is. But no, I took this appointment and I ran for this spot because I wanted to be here. I wanted to make a difference here. And I thought you wanted the same thing, and I'm sure that's what Trustee Anderson, Trustee Vosberg, Treasurer Elliott, and Clerk Berry, and Trustee Domingue all wanted to do. But you try and seize that narrative and turn it against us. The board, the entire board, because it's me today, Treasurer Elliott one day, Trustee Vosberg. Why?
Will this be going into Thursday?
It could be. It could be. If you want to leave,
No, you're on
leave.
a roll. I want to make sure you get it all out.
No, if you want to leave, leave.
You could invite me for coffee and we could resolve this. You don't have to.
I'm not comfortable meeting you in discussing anything because, remember, I've been in meetings where you and past supervisors have been in and they get ugly. And clerks. I want nothing to do with that. What I choose to do, if you want to have a normal conversation about developments, if you want to have normal conversations about labor agreements and talks, we're good.
You can bring your bodyguard.
Again, I didn't interrupt you, and here you continue. You choose me of doing exactly what you were doing. This was my time.
Non-personal time, right?
It's not personal. This is not personal.
All right. Were you almost done?
No, I'm not.
All right. Good.
Again, I'd like to thank Mr. McGowan, Mr. Budzinski, Plante Moran team, and Vicki Bauer. Everything that was accomplished here tonight is not taken lightly. Treasurer Elliott, thank you for the time and attendance for the last few months trying to get this agenda item. Clerk Berry, we have several issues, as you said, that need to be addressed. Proposal 22-2 is a very serious one that we need to look at. As I said earlier, we are meeting with Anchor Bay School District to discuss the purchase of that building and how that fits into our use, whether it be community center or whether it be a voting center, all needs to be discussed. And those opportunities are beginning to take place this Thursday, as you know. With that being said, this has been a long night. I appreciate everybody that came here. I appreciate everybody that was supportive of the agenda items. This was very aggressive. It was very difficult. A lot of time and deliberation spent to it, attended to it, and I do appreciate it when we can make progress. In some people's eyes, we can make progress for the community, and that's all that this should be about. So with that being said, I will make a motion to adjourn at 11:55.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Meeting's adjourned.